a diamond dozen. But the real meat on those bones comes from trying to realize them and trying to execute them. So guided by this vision of Professor R.V. Rajkumar sir, our Honorable Director, IIT Bhubaneswar, we embarked upon a journey to bring together young minds of our beautiful nation and infuse in them the entrepreneurial mindset. Professor Rajkumar understands the pulse of the student. And guess what? We received an overwhelming 1,000+ registration within 2 to 3 days time. So big clap for this. Our honorable chief guest for this inaugural session, Professor R.V. Rajkumar, in spite of his busy schedule, has graciously agreed to be present with us on this occasion. Now, I request Dr. Gaurav Bartaria, Professor in charge, Entrepreneurship Cell, to present a bouquet to our chief guest as a token of love and gesture. Now, may I please request Professor Rajkumar sir to light up the lamp and inaugurate the function. I also request Dr. Gaurav Bartaria to join Director sir in lighting up the lamp and start the program. Thank you, Professor Rajkumar sir, Dr. Bartaria, and Ms. Rajashree and Ms. Jayanti for doing the honors. With this, we move on to the next item on our agenda, that is the address by the chairman Is Msme, and that's me. The decision to conduct a seminar now on how to start an enterprise came in the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, it is indeed a great honor to be here, a privilege to represent Entrepreneurship Cell IIT Bhubaneswar alongside Dr. Bartaria and speak to over 1,000 incredible young minds today in this seminar. So after the brutal onslaught of Delta variant, India showed terrific resilience, and it seemed that our economy was limping back to normalcy. But suddenly, we find ourselves amid the third wave, once again plunging us into the state of fear and uncertainty. The students community especially are left in the lurch to fend themselves amid a phase of economic recovery and deep uncertainty. But then they say, problems are opportunities. And hence, being an entrepreneur is a mindset. You have to see problems as opportunities all the time. Friends, India has the third largest entrepreneurship ecosystem in the world. India ranks third in the number of new firms created, which has gone up dramatically in last 5 years. The Startup India campaign by Government of India also recognizes entrepreneurship as an increasingly significant strategy to spur innovation, to boost employment, and catalyze economic growth of India. In our recent union budget, Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji has also provided scope whereby startups can strengthen India's Atmanirbharta and complement micro-level inclusive welfare and macroeconomic growth and development. So in this context, the aim of our present seminar is actually twofold. A, build entrepreneurial mindset among student community and encourage them to pursue their ideas. And B, provide essential knowledge and skill set required to be an entrepreneur. So now, I would end my address here, being the chairperson of e-Summit, and request my colleague, Dr. Gaurav Bhartaria, Professor in charge, Entrepreneurship Cell, to address the August gathering. Sir.
Our chief guest of the day, Honorable Director IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor R.V. Kumar, Chairperson E-Summit, Dr. Madhusmita Dash, Student Coordinator E-Summit, Abhinav Saket, sitting in the with the students there, dear participants of this online seminar, and my dear students who are present over here personally in this inauguration session. A very good morning to all of you, and again welcome to this seminar. This seminar is being organized under the aegis of Entrepreneurship Cell. The E-Cell is committed to provide the young minds a platform to hone their entrepreneurship skills by exposing them to the best of the knowledge present in India and across. And it will help them to become successful entrepreneurs in days to come. That's what we think of. Our e-cell provides them an opportunity to listen to the successful entrepreneurs and work with renowned resource persons who can handhold them and guide them to the unconventional path of entrepreneurship. E-cell also helps IIT Bhubaneswar students to test their technical ideas through their technical test beds in its pre-incubation center activities under Technology Incubation Center. Though the students from outside IIT Bhubaneswar may also come with us in our startup center and other centers to just check their ideas, to hone their skills, and to start a startup. Our flagship event, as Dr. Madhusmita told, that is E-Summit, it is also well acknowledged and a very successful entrepreneur activity in Eastern India, where students from all across India, they participate and show their talent. E-Summit also provides an opportunity to young entrepreneurs to pitch their ideas to prominent angel investors to win the investments. This seminar, which we are currently doing, is a brainchild of our beloved director, sir, with a vision to provide the youth of Odisha and around an opportunity to know and train on various aspects of how to start an enterprise, right from the conception of ideas to the availability of the funds and establishing a startup. I wish this event of eCell will be successful to create a positive environment and foster the passion among the participants to become a successful entrepreneur in the times to come and to add growth to the countries in a big way. A big thank you to all who are attending this seminar online and offline mode. And I'm sure that all the participants would be highly benefited with the proceedings of this one-day seminar. I wish you all a very useful seminar ahead. Thank you so much.
I feel profoundly privileged to request our chief guest for this inaugural session, Professor R.V. Rajkumar sir, Director again IIT Bhubaneswar, to deliver and address this inaugural session.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Gaurav Bhartaria, Dr. Madhusmita Das, participants of the today's webinar, including faculty, staff, students of IIT Bhubaneswar, and from other institutes across the country, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to join Dr. Madhusmita and Dr. Gaurav in welcoming you all to this webinar. I would like to make use of this opportunity to give you a bit of historical background and deeper into the objective behind organizing the webinar. In the later part of the last millennium and the beginning of the new millennium, there was a renewed interest and resolve within India and also outside India to give emphasis to entrepreneurship. Being a professor from IIT Kharagpur, I have been also participating in different activities. And I found that typically a number of workshops or lectures were being organized on different aspects, like how to prepare a business plan is a workshop kind of a thing, and then funding opportunities is one, and that kind of attempts were being made at IIT Kharagpur and also across the whole country. I realized at that time that a comprehensive package where you have all aspects of how to start a company described. I personally found that that kind of exercises were missing. Therefore, at that time, as Dean of Academic Affairs of IIT Kharagpur, I took up an initiative with the help of a faculty colleague, and we introduced a course in 2003. And the title of the course was Entrepreneurship and Small Businesses. This course was started with the objective of providing the basics of how to start an enterprise, and thereby certainly the rest of the entrepreneurial skills and urge to students. I would like to remember Professor Kalyan Guin, who is no more, who joined me in that initiative in creating the course at IIT Bhubaneswar. He himself started taking the course at IIT Bhubaneswar. It was a very big hit, and large number of students were opting for that elective. So that's how we began. The objective has been to provide that knowledge of what is an enterprise, who is an entrepreneur, what is the classification of enterprises, how to go about it, and how to prepare a business plan, how to create the do the market survey, and how to really go about it, including registration of a company. So this is what, and it also includes what is the valuation of a company. So incorporating these items, we created that course in 2003 at IIT Kharagpur, which became a massive hit. Subsequently, some of the students of IIT Kharagpur sent me mails stating that, sir, it is that course which helped me a lot and was responsible for me to stand today as an entrepreneur. And I'm very happy to inform you that I have today come to IIT Kharagpur for campus recruitments. I was getting that kind of messages at that time, and that is what that course was. Subsequently, when I joined Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies in Hyderabad, it's three campuses in rural Andhra Pradesh. Being the architect of the academic curricula there, I introduced the same course with a slight change in the title. At that university, it turned out to be a massive hit there too. Immediately thereafter, within a short gap of 3 months, when I joined at IIT Bhubaneswar, I found that that kind of course was missing. I got a course introduced thanks to Professor P.K.J. Mahapatra. He not only helped me in realizing the course at IIT Bhubaneswar, and also he kept teaching that course from then on. So that's how a course of this type was created with a clear objective of providing that information which is lacking in the students. Now, to share my own thoughts with you, one of the common observations by people like me at that time was many of those who have entrepreneurial interests and also potential were not venturing for one simple reason. What is that? The art of starting a company is different. It is a black box for them. Therefore, they do not venture into finding out what it is and actually jumping into it. There is a small fraction of exception there. I'm not talking about that the small fraction of exception. I'm talking about bulk of others who could have also become entrepreneurs. So that is a serious lacuna in the society as such. And if you talk to faculty members, okay, I find that the faculty members themselves are not typically knowledgeable about how to start a company. So how to start a company, lack of knowledge on how to start a company has been a big bottleneck in bringing up new age entrepreneurs. No doubt, a lot of initiatives were taken up, funding opportunities were given, startup grants were given, startup initiatives have come up. But then the question of right entrepreneurs jumping into it is what is lacking today, in spite of all these opportunities. Therefore, we need to hit at the bullseye. The bullseye is that the most potential people who are the engineering graduates, okay, coming up through from different engineering colleges, should have this knowledge of how to start a company as a common part of their knowledge, as a part of their common knowledge. So this is the objective with which, therefore, the course was started at different places. I mentioned about 3 places where I was involved, and I took the initiative to take up this course. Well, a full-fledged detailed course is somewhere offered as a part of a package like a BTech degree. How about providing a small part of this as a 1 or 2 day exercise to all the engineering students in this country? I personally believe that if we can do that, that would be the most important step towards developing a new age entrepreneurs in this country or anywhere else in this world. So therefore, about 3 to 4 years back, again, when I muted this idea to Professor P.K.J. Mahapatra and mentioned that IIT Bhubaneswar should have a 1 or a 2 day version, preferably 1 day version of how to start a company, a regular course, and offered to the engineering graduates across the country, not only the students of IIT Bhubaneswar, but across the country. So he also liked this idea. We made a project proposal also. It didn't go forward, but partly because he left the institute at that stage because of superannuation, and also the pandemic came up. But this was there on the back of my mind. It was knocking at the back of my mind always. So now that the pandemic is receding, I again so started thinking about it, and that's how we are here at this stage. Now, in this 1 day package, also, if these participants pay attention, they will get all the basic knowledge of the requirements. Subsequently, even if they don't they don't get an opportunity to go through a course, this knowledge will help them, will remain in the back of their mind. They at least know the fundamentals and do a little bit of learning by themselves and fill up the gap, and then readily they can take up entrepreneurship if they have such interest to go forward with. So with this very strong urge and with very strong implication, for the country. This course is being started. We are going to uh, organize this henceforth at regular intervals. Personally, I would like to repeat that personally, I believe that this should be made as a compulsory or mandatory part of engineering education, either as a form of a formal part of the BTech degree or as a supplementary part of the BTech degree, and it should be organized. I would like to assure all the participants that we would make it a regular feature at this institute. Thanks to Dr. Madhusmita. So when I requested her to organize this, and she did the rest of it, I framed the curricular part, and then she found the resource persons with the help of eSummit, and that is where we are today at this stage. Therefore, through this particular message, I would like to strongly communicate to you about what is the objective, and also call upon every one of you to pay a lot of attention to the proceedings. This is the first version of our seminar from IIT Bhubaneswar. Subsequently, based on the feedback of many of you, we have intention to further improve. There is a version 2 also which is needed. I will talk about it a little later on the next occasion where we will put the version 2 into practice. So this is not version 2, I would say part 2. This is part 1. Part 1 itself is comprehensive, and part 2 also complements the part 1, and together it will be a complete package. It is very appropriate that we organize this kind of a seminar with physical participation of students, particularly for one reason. Many of the participants would have, I'm sure, have lots of questions on their mind, and the questions remain as questions forever. But a seminar like this should be a platform where most of those questions are addressed. Therefore, it is essential for this kind of event to be organized in physical presence. But the pandemic is not permitting, but it is better that we go ahead and organize it in hybrid mode, if not with complete physical presence. So hence we are here. I would also like to make use of this opportunity to thank Dr. Madhusmita for helping me in realizing this continuous dream of mine, and also Dr. Gaurav and the eSummit for doing this. Okay. And thanks are also due to all of you for your participation. It gives us the energy and encouragement to go forward. I repeat that I believe personally that this kind of a thing is the most fundamental of promoting the entrepreneurship. And as I would also like to share with you that the renewed inspiration comes from the Honorable Prime Minister himself through his clarion calls for Atmanirbhar Bharat and also Startup India programs apart from the other programs. Okay. I would also like to thank all the expert members for willing to join us today and helping us in fulfilling the objective. I would like the participants to note one small change. Please note that the first two topics are interchanged to suit the timings of the expert members. Therefore, you should take note of it that the chapter 2 is coming ahead of chapter 1. I'm mentioning this so that you can place your the information in your minds appropriately. Okay. So I hope that this seminar would be highly useful for you as a stepping stone towards realizing your entrepreneurial skills, and hope you will enjoy the webinar fully realizing the. Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation.
Big thank you, sir, for an illuminating address. Your words were parables of wisdom that will go a long way in guiding the inquisitive minds of today's seminar in becoming successful entrepreneurs of India's tomorrow. So once again, on behalf of ESL and from the entire IIT Bhubaneswar fraternity, a big thank you to our beloved director, Professor R.V. Rajkumar. With this, the inaugural function of the seminar comes to an end. I could already see Dr. Thilai Rajan sir from IIT Madras has already joined to deliver the first session of this seminar. So I request our chief coordinator, Sai Abhinav, to do the honor of introducing our first speaker. And from now, we will start our first technical session. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for giving that speech and inspiring everyone here. And thank you for everybody present here. So, first of all, good morning, everyone, and happy to see you all this morning. The first session of today's seminar will be taken by Dr. Thilai Rajan, and this seminar will focus mostly on effective business proposal writing. So, first of all, a little introduction to Dr. Thilai Rajan, sir. Dr. Thilai Rajan is a professor in the Department of Management Studies and Center for Research on Startups and Risk Financing, CREST, at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He is also an associate at the Musawwir Rahmani Center for Business and Government, Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard University. His teaching and research areas include corporate finance, project and infrastructure finance, public-private partnerships, and venture capital. So during 2009 to 18, he edited the annual India Venture Capital and Private Equity Report. In 2020, he played a vital role in forming Innovation, Venturing and Entrepreneurship in India Network, IVEN, a multi-institutional consortium to research innovation and venturing in India. He is also a co-founder of YNOS Venture Engine, a startup set up to address the pain points of early-stage entrepreneurs. A warm welcome from everyone present here, sir. So a little introduction on how the session is going to take place. The session is going to be an interactive question answer session wherein a panel of participants would ask questions and Dr. Thilai Rajan sir would share his expertise and knowledge. So first, I would like to request Dr. Thilai Rajan sir to address the gathering before we move on to the interactive session. Sir, could you please? Yes, sir. Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Am I audible clearly? So everybody is able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Thanks for the nice introduction, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to kind of be a part of this event that IIT Bhubaneswar is conducting. And how do you really kind of set up an enterprise? So today I think the director was also mentioning there is a lot of policy imperative in terms of at the state level, at the central government level, in terms of having more entrepreneurship encouraged from education institutions. So this context is very, very appropriate. So, and I'm very glad to be here. So I have a very good what I should say in association with Bhubaneswar specifically. So when I was doing my doctoral program, so my research focused on doing a lot of field work on the Odisha power sector. which at that point in time was India's first state that went through a lot of restructuring. So that formed a central piece of my thesis. And so I spent substantial amounts of time traveling from Bangalore to Bhubaneswar. I stayed in Bhubaneswar for several weeks together into data collection, for meeting people and all that. Right. So I have very warm memories of the very helpful nature of people I met in Bhubaneswar, and a very beautiful city and the state. So I'm so glad to be here. So thank you so much to the director and the chairman of ESEL, Professor Madhusmita Dash, for considering to invite me and to be a part of this session. I'm going to just talk about few things, essentially structured around how do you write a proposal. And I think that was what Professor Madhusmita recommended. I talk about how do I write a proposal, and I will probably speak maybe for the first half of the session, and after that maybe we could have an interactive session, mainly for the simple reason that I would like to share my thoughts on addressing questions that you think are relevant for you. And in the absence of a physical interaction, we are now looking at the online interaction mode. Right? In the absence of physical interaction, I don't want to bore you, right? Because I believe this is the first session, and this session should set the tone of the day for the rest of the day for you, as you have a very long day. So I would like to kind of maybe touch upon topics that you think are relevant and interesting, and that you think I should be addressing. Right. First, let us start about an enterprise. Right. So today, how do you really start an enterprise? So there is a difference between an enterprise and startup. Right. So that's why there is separate focus on startup. So let's try and understand firstly, what is the big difference between an enterprise and the traditional so-called enterprise, and today what we call a startup. So two things differentiate a startup. So before that, when we really look at what do we mean by enterprise, right? Enterprise, we mean the traditional, what we call the businesses. If you really look at small businesses, we have a very established term called SME, right? Small and medium enterprise, right? So that was the traditional way of structuring and organizing a business, right? But today we are looking at startups, right? So what do we distinguish an enterprise and a startup? So two things characterize. One, startups are supposed to be engines of innovation, right? So that means startup is not yet another Me Too, company. Today, if you go to any of the SME industrial estates in the country, you will find different types of businesses, right? And in many of the cases, it's only the name is different. Most of the activities are one and the same. See, for example, many of you might be aware. Let's say there is a major in Tamil Nadu. There is a town called in this program. So what I was saying is, how is an enterprise different from a startup? I was trying to give an example of this town called Sivakasi, where you go there.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. We can't see you actually. Can you please check whether your video is on? Camera is set?
Yeah, my video is on.
Sir, we can't see you actually.
Oh, is it? Can you see me now? No?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. So I actually wouldn't know. Could you just give me a minute? I'll probably then hang up. I'll join again.
Sure, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So sorry about this disruptions. I am not very sure why technology sometimes behaves like this. So I was giving this example of this town called Sivakasi, where it's a hub of firecracker manufacturing industry in the country. Right. So if you enter Sivakasi, you will find hundreds and thousands of firecracker factories, right? Enterprises, and each one of them is no different from the other except the name, right? So that is not a startup, right? What differentiates a startup is each and every startup should be unique. So there is nothing like a me too. I mean, in some sense, right? I mean, obviously you will find today in the market, there is so many startups, right? If you look at payment gateways, right? How many payment gateways are there? There are so many payment gateways, right? There is PhonePe, there is Paytm. Each and every bank has its own payment gateway and all of those things, right? So there is a lot of overlaps, but then there has to be a certain amount of uniqueness, right? So that differentiates a startup. Right? That's number one. The second element that differentiates a startup from a traditional enterprise is the use of technology. Right? So technology helps in various factors. Technology helps an enterprise to be more efficient. Technology helps a company to grow faster. Technology helps to achieve things in scale. So there are so many aspects that are associated with technology. Right? So these are the two elements that differentiate a startup as compared to a traditional enterprise, right? The uniqueness and technology. The third aspect, which is also a little bit important, is are we addressing a real tangible problem? Right? Is that a problem that is of immediate relevance that is being addressed? Right? So that's also a third important factor. So this day-long seminar, I am supposing that it's essentially targeted at startups, right? Not really the enterprise. But I would also like to say that if you are really talking about startup, what we are trying to do here in startup is also very relevant for an enterprise. It can be applied, right? But what is relevant, what is applicable for an enterprise may not be applicable for a startup. So I am trying to more or less talk more about startups in general. So what are the three things that's important when you start? Okay, if you look at economics, what are the fundamental units of production, right? What are the fundamental units of production is capital and labor, right? So those are important. Right? You need money to start a business, and then you need people, right? Somebody will have to go ahead and do the work, right? So those are two things. The third and the most important thing in today's context is the idea. Right? So three things are important: idea, people, and then capital. Right? When you want to start a business, these three things are important. Right? So when you talk about capital, it actually has a lot of other things, right? I mean, it talks about infrastructure and all these things, because you can, when you have capital, you can buy all this. You can buy infrastructure and all this, right? So what the different uses can be put into. So all these three are in a way orthogonal in nature, right? So one cannot substitute the other, right? So first is we talk about the idea. Idea, obviously, if you are thinking about starting a business, the idea has to be yours, right? So that's where there will be a lot of uniqueness coming into it, right? So today, is there a noise that's coming?
Yes, sir.
So where is it coming from? It's not coming from my side, of course. Okay. So am I audible now?
It's clear, sir.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So idea is the first thing that is important, right? So when you need to start an enterprise, each of you should have an idea, right? And idea is unique. Idea reflects you. Idea reflects what is the problem, the way you are perceived, the solution that you are proposing, right? So all of this is essentially, it's kind of reflecting you. So you have to have an idea, right? And once you have an idea, next, obviously, you need to talk about who are the people. That is, what is the team? Who is the team that is going to be associated in implementing the idea? Right? So idea, as you might be saying, right? The success of a startup, it's just not the idea, right? But the success of startup depends on how you are able to implement the idea. So that is what is important. Right? So you might also heard about the definition of, a genius, right? Genius is what? 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. Okay. So this does not adequate that the idea is there, but you need to be able to have a very strong implementation angle to it, right? How do you actually, roll up your sleeves, get into the trenches and do the work, right? That's important. So we need people. So initially, who are the people? The founding team will be the people, right? Maybe you can start your business with 2 or 3 of your friends, and so you are the resources. You are the people who will be in a position to really provide what is called the labor. You cannot simply say like, okay, I am the owner of the firm, and I'm going to hire somebody who will going to do the work. No, that does not work, right? So you cannot sit in an AC chamber and then have people who will work at your beck and call. That will not be possible. Right? You will have to get down on the field, right? Like a farmer who gets onto the field and does the plowing, right? You will have to get onto the field and then do the work. So that is the people aspect of it. So when you look at the people aspect of it, it's very important. When others from external perspective, people will look at it, right? How credible is this person, right? Is he honest enough in terms of putting the effort, right? How earnest? What is the desire of the person to make this business a big success? Right? So all of these factors are important. So therefore, choose your founding team with a lot of care, right? See what happens. It's very common, right? There are a group of 3 people who are starting a company, and then after some time there is what is called as a differences in opinion, right, between the 3 key people. Then what happens, right? Then each of them would want to try to pursue their own objective and direction, and many times this results in conflicts between the group. And when there is a conflict, and if the conflict cannot be resolved, then naturally the founder group splits. And when the founder group splits, then obviously it affects the operations of the startup, right? The startups cannot survive any longer, right? So choose a founding team that's very important, right? That is cohesive, that has a good understanding of each other, and more importantly, they have complementary skill sets, right? So there is one person who is interested in coding, and there's another person who is interested in design, and there could be a third person who's interested in management, right? So find a team that has complementary strengths and is also very cohesive. Right? So we have done 2 aspects, right? We talked about the idea, we talked about the people, and now I'm going to talk about the third aspect, which is capital, right? So how do you secure capital, right? How do you secure capital? So for securing capital, these 2 things have to be first in place, right? So you need to have an idea first, and then you also need to have a team first. Without these 2 in place, you cannot go and ask capital from somebody external, right? So they will ask you, like, why do you need capital, right? You can't say that, I will think of an idea and then go ahead and implement it, right? Nobody will entertain that kind of response. What will be the response is that you first go think about what you're going to do, and then come back to me, and then we will see whether we can support you, right? So idea is important. And after the idea, that's it, the team is important. Who is going to be able to do that? Their capacity. And so after these 2 is what capital comes. So what I would like to leave here is the fact that don't think of capital right from day one, right? Think of how strong is the idea and who is going to be the founding team before you can look at raising capital. Okay, so now, so if you have formed up the idea and then you've started, raising capital, what is the next step? The next step is, obviously business needs money, right? Because as I was just mentioning, it is one of the fundamental factors of production. You need money. Without money, you cannot do anything. So therefore, you need to raise money. So what are the sources of money? The first source of money, naturally, when you want to start the business, you will say, okay, you go and talk to your parents and then say, hey, Papa, I wanted to start a business. Can you give me a little bit of money? Right? And then he'll say how much you want. Right? Obviously, many people, may not be in a position to, may not be from business families, and your parents may not be able to. So you cannot ask 500 crores, right? So you'll probably ask, I wanted to start something, can you give me maybe 50,000, or if you give me 1 lakh? Right? So that is essentially the amount that you said that you are going to first bring to the table, right? What is called as the founder's capital. Right? You're all students, so you may not have any money in your pocket. You might not be earning, but then you probably will actually bring in a certain amount of capital from your parents. So was there any question?
So no, sir.
Okay, fine. So then, so there is limitations in terms of how much you can bring in, right?
Sir,
limitations in
hello,
terms of how
sir.
much you can bring in.
Sir, this is Dr. Madhusmita Das. Sir, we have actually full-fledged one panel. If you want to have a one-to-one discussion on proposal writing and other aspects, so you can please, go ahead with that also. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I missed the part, Dr. Madhusmita. What would you like
Yes,
me to
sir.
do?
We have a panel, of course, like it's suggested by you, having 8 members. So if you want to interact with them regarding proposal writing and the aspects you are right now narrating, we have the panel ready. You can ask question and the student can also ask question to you as per your convenience, sir.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So I'll probably speak for another 5 minutes and then I will maybe
Sure,
stop
sir.
and then
Thank
take the
you.
questions.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm just thinking where I stopped.
Yes.
Sir, capital.
So there is some capital that you will have to bring as a founder, right? So you would have the idea, you would have the team, but you also will need to provide a little bit of capital from your side, right? So this is called as skin in the game, right? You need to have some skin in the game, because if you do not have any stakes, right? If you do not have any stakes, others will think now how much committed you will be to the business, right? What happens if you suddenly decide that you don't want to continue the business, right? So people would expect certain skin in the game. So that means you will have to bring in certain amount of capital, and apart from the fact that you will be putting a lot of effort, so you put in certain amount of capital, right? But then there are limitations in terms of how much you can bring, right? Because we may not have so much of money, and so on and so forth. Most of us are not from business families, so may not have money, so therefore you have limitations. So the next is what you do. You obviously will check with some of your extended family, right? You check with your uncles, you check with your grandparents, and all this. But still, that may not be adequate to bring money. Then the third is you also look at friends, right? So naturally, your friends at this age, they may not have earning potential, so it's also probably very difficult to get money from them. Right? And therefore, the fourth is, you need to go to somebody external, right? You need to go to somebody external, raise capital from external sources, right? So there is founders, there is family, there are friends. Once you exhaust this, then you probably go to external sources, right, to be able to raise capital. So there are two things that you have to look at here. The first is, do you have to compulsory, what are the sources of cash for a business, right? The capital for the business. So one is, as I was just mentioning, these founders and all this. The second is, so for example, once a business starts running, right? So the business generates cash, right? Let's say, for example, you're selling something. So when you sell, you get money, and then you make a little bit of profit for each and every sale that you make, hopefully. And so that generates a little bit of cash. So most of the traditional businesses, let's say, for example, what is called as a mom and pop store, right? The corner store in your road, in your street. So most of them, they run like that, right? So you actually generate cash from the business, right? You make profit, and then the profit is again put back into the business, and then you start raising capital. But for a startup, right, that may be very difficult to follow, because what does a startup? The startup wants to, let's say, do two things. One is the startup, let's say, for example, they want to develop a product, right? So when you want to develop a product, you need to make substantial investment upfront, right? Before you can start generating any revenues, you need to be able to make substantial investment upfront. And when you have to make that investment upfront, and if you are not in a position to make that investment yourself, if you're not making a position that yourself, then you need to get money from external sources, right? And these external sources are multiple, right? These external sources are multiple. So you have government sources. You probably look at your own institution. The institution provides some little bit of capital to start the business. And then you would probably have certain individual investors, whom we call as angel investors. And then you would probably also have what is called as VCs, right? Venture capital investors. So many of you might be hearing about many of these things in papers, right? You might talk about angels, you talk about VCs, you talk about private equity investors, right? All of them are essentially providing investment for early stage startups. What usually does not happen in a startup is trying to get money from banks, right? So normally the traditional source of external funding is to get loan from a bank or any other institution. I don't know how many of you have taken a loan from IIT to support your IIT education, right? So when you wanted to support your IIT education, you probably will go to a bank and then ask for a loan. right? The bank will consider your application for a loan, right? Because why? Supporting education is one of the priority sectors for banks today, right? So they have to support. If somebody is asking for education loan, they have to support. But startup is not a priority sector, right? So that means you cannot go to a bank and expect to get loan for your startup, right? Because two, three things. One is banks cannot understand what a startup is. If you say that I have an interesting idea in, let's say, for example, 3D printing, and then go to a bank and then say that, no, plan, can you please fund me, right? So bankers, for example, may not even understand, right, what is 3D printing, right? And to be able to convince them and then, make them see sense in your financial model, in your business model, and all that is going to be very difficult. So therefore, startups, may not be, banks may not be a suitable financing source for startups in the initial stage. Right? So having that in mind, our source of funding largely restricts to the following three actors. Right? One is angel investors, and then you have VCs, and then to some extent there is support that is provided by the government, right, through various incubators. And there is a lot of other schemes that is there in the government today, something called as a Nidhi Prayas, right, where you can directly apply for funding to an incubator, and then the government provides some initial support. Right? So these are the sources of funding that is available. So normally what happens when you actually apply for a funding source, right? So the topic is, how do I write a proposal, right? How do I write a proposal, right? So a proposal is more like a research terminology, right? You probably write a project, a research proposal you write for getting funding, right? But for a startup, what we normally call is that you call what is called as the pitch, right? It is called as a business plan, right? So the first thing that you have to do is to see how can I write a business plan, right? What is can I write a business plan? So when you go to any of the external capital, you have to submit a business plan, and that is very important for you to be able to get some funding. Right? What is a business plan? Right? So business plan is nothing but the story of your business. Right? Business plan is nothing but the story of your business, which you are telling to others. So most of the people obviously might not be directly able to meet the investors and all that, right? So you have to tell a story, yeah? And you have to tell a story in a convincing way, so that the investors are impressed with your vision, right? See, ultimately, when you have a business plan, it's all in the very idea stage, right? It's in your mind, right? As an entrepreneur, the idea is in your mind, right? And you are now having the conviction that it will be, you can put some efforts to make it fructify, right? So the business plan should outline, right? The business plan should outline the entire process, saying that what is the idea all about, right? And what is the scope of the idea, right? How big is the problem that you are trying to solve, right? What is the market potential? Are you looking at a 1 crore market, or are you looking at a 10,000 crore market, right? And who is the team that is going to be responsible for taking this idea to the market, right? And what are the other competitors that are available in the market in the same products and services, and how you are going to be different from the other competing companies. And then you also have to have written financial projections, right? So therefore, if you have to prepare a business plan, the business plan will have to be like a story for your business, right? A futuristic story for your business. That I think is important. So therefore, if you are aspiring to be a startup, who can tell the story about your idea, right? Only you can tell it very convincingly, right? As an entrepreneur, as a founder, only you can tell it very convincingly. So it's important for you to be able to develop a business plan. Don't expect someone else to do a business plan for you, right? That will not work, right? The investors will be able to see through it, right? So what actually differentiates entrepreneurs is a very, very important thing. That's called as passion, right? So entrepreneurs with a lot of passion are very successful in getting investment from investors. That's kind of, some research studies have proved that. Right? So if you have to be successful in getting money, then you have to demonstrate passion for your idea, demonstrate passion for your business, right? So how can you demonstrate that? You can demonstrate it by writing and presenting the business plan yourself, right? Don't take somebody else's help. So if you go to the internet, somebody will say, I can develop your business plan, right? So, but then, when you do that, what really happens is, you are telling the story through somebody else, and that is not something that people like it, right? So therefore, it's very important that you kind of look at developing the business plan yourself, And business plan is what is called as a proposal, right? A proposal to be able to get funding from external investors. So what I'll do is I will stop here and then see if there are some questions. So what I wanted to do initially was that to basically talk to a team of students who essentially are representing all the others, right? So there are about 392 participants I see, right, in the logged into this platform. So you are representing the 392 participants. Sorry.
Nothing, sir. It was nothing, sir. I think it was just something.
Oh, all right, okay. So I'm just saying that you are representing all the participants, and then I just wanted to ensure that I make my thoughts and comments that are relevant to what the participants, or what you need as participants, right? So I'll stop here. I mean, if there are questions, I'll take a few questions, and then if there is still time, I can continue with my presentation, right? So to summarize, I said two things. I started with the fact that how an enterprise is different from how a startup is different from an enterprise. Startup differs in terms of innovation and technology. And then I talked about the second thing, which is what are the three important things that you need for a startup. You need idea, you need a solid team, and then you need money, right? And the third thing, when I said that when you talk about capital, there are two sources broadly, internal sources and external sources. Internal sources, you actually try to get it from your family, friends, and external sources, there are three. You have angel investors, you have VC and private equity investors, and then you have government funding. So government funding has its own positives and negatives, and angels and VCs also have their own characteristics. And finally, I said that to be able to get external funding, you need to be able to tell a story. That means you need to be able to present a good business plan, right? A good business plan is very important to be able to get funding successfully. Okay, so this is what I had covered so far. So now I can take a few questions.
Thank you, sir, for your words. So, we'll start with the questions first.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah. Hello, sir. This is Sujit. I'm from third year BTech here.
Okay.
Can you elaborate on all the topics which should be covered while writing a proposal, and how much emphasis should be laid on the each topic while just starting out an enterprise?
See, this is not an exam, right? Where question 1 has 10 marks, question 2 has 20 marks and all that, correct? And there is no formula that you will have to study this section thoroughly and the section B thoroughly. It doesn't work that way, right? Whatever is to be covered. See, for example, many of you might actually prepare applications, right? To apply abroad or any of these things. So what you do, then you will have to send an application for each and every institution that you are applying. So each and every institute has its own version of the application. Okay. So similarly, depending on whichever funding source that you are applying, they all will have their own format, right? In terms of what information that they are seeking for. Right? So you'll have to stick to that. But if you want to look at what is the general format, right? So the general format, you will find plenty of sources in the internet, right? What is the business plan format in the internet? So you just have to go and then see among the various resources that is there, right, in the business plan, and then you will be able to do it. But primarily, a business plan should consist of at least the following 5 sections, right? What is the following 5 sections? 1, what is the problem? Right? What is the problem that you're trying to solve, and how big is the problem, right? What is the market size, right? The problem and the market size. What is the problem? Problem could be anything, right? The problem is, in my city, there are no reliable drinking water suppliers, right? So I'm going to solve the problem of providing reliable drinking water supply in my city. That's a problem, right? So if that is the problem, then you'll have to say, how big is the problem? In the sense that, what is the expected revenues that you can make by addressing that particular problem, right? That's what, right? Problem statement. The second most important thing that you will have to talk about is the team, right? The team comes first and the foremost, right? So who are the people whose idea is this, and what is going to be the what is going to be the commitment of the business team, and why they are well positioned to be able to start the business, right? What is so unique about this team that they'll be able to do it well, right? That the team. The third is what is called as about the revenue model, right? So ultimately, A startup is different from a charitable organization, right? Startup is different from an institution, right? What is a startup? A startup is a business would have to earn revenues, right? The startup would have to earn money, only then the business can be sustainable. So how do you earn money? By selling products and services, right? By selling products and services. But then there are several ways, right, in which you can design. Let's say, for example, are you going to do it as a monthly subscription, or are you going to do it as an annual subscription, right? Or are you going to offer it free and then earn money from advertisements? Or you are going to offer it as a product, right, instead of a software as a service? So there are plenty of ways in which you can think of how do you earn revenue. So this is called as the business model, right? So that is a third important thing, right? The business model, right, is important, right? Who will be your customers? Are you going to supply to end consumers, or are you going to supply to other businesses, like what is called as a B2B, or are you going to engage in a D2C model, right, direct to consumer? Right? Many of you might be familiar with these terminologies: B2B, B2C, D2C, B2B2C, right? B2B2C to G. All kinds of terminologies today are available. So what is the business model? And the fourth, right? Fourth is the uniqueness, the unique proposition or analysis of the competition. So that's important. Right? You need to compare yourself with who are the other similar service providers in the market, right? And what is the differentiating factors between your idea and what is already there in the market. Right? And the fifth one is what is called as the financial projections, right? The financial projections indicate what is the vision that you have for the business, right? Do you want your business to be a 10 lakh business 5 years from now, or you want it to be a 10 million business 5 years from now, right? So that's a vision, right? So people always look at the financial projections as how far are you willing to see, right? Are you going to look at a very, very small, is your goal to be very small, or you're going to be really looking at a very large vision, right? I'm going to change the world kind of a vision, right? Do you have a vision like that of a Jeff Bezos or a Microsoft, right? That vision is important. And when you state that vision in terms of numbers, right? So financial projections is numbers, right? You're going to simply say, I'm going to plan to achieve 5 years from now so much of revenue, so much of profit, and all that, right? So when the vision is translated into numbers, it becomes a very strong communication signal, right? It becomes a communication for your investors, right? So these are the 5 components of the business plan that you should focus on, right? So let me summarize it again. The first is the problem statement and how important is the problem statement. The second will be the team. The third will be the business model, which talks about how the business makes money. And fourth is the competitor analysis or understanding of the market landscape. And fifth is the financial projections, right? So at the minimum, the business plan should cover all these 5 aspects.
Good morning.
Hello, sir.
Hello, yes.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah,
Myself
hello, sir.
Shrav,
This is Harshit
and I'm a
from
BTech third.
India Electrical.
Okay, there are the multiple questions I can hear. Maybe one question at a time.
Yeah, I'll go first. So what I wanted to ask
Ladies
is,
first.
I had recognized this problem with startups. It's the need of social apprehension. Like if
I'm
we
sorry.
make a product-based social apprehension, sir.
I'm sorry. Can you
I
repeat
mean,
the
if they
first?
make a product,
Can you just wait for a minute? I am not able to hear you properly. Can you just repeat your question?
yes, sir. The problem with startups is the need of social apprehension. I
Is
mean,
this?
people should be able to trust us with the product, right? So we need to have a strong portfolio on it. So what do you suggest for the startups to create a strong portfolio?
See, if you want to buy, let's say, a product, right? You want to buy, let's say, salt, right? What do you go? You go to the shop, you pay money, and then you buy salt, right? Or for that matter, any good. You want to buy a soap, you want to buy a biscuit, you want to buy a chocolate, right? You go and do it. So you raised an important point, right? You talked about, how can people trust the product made by the startup, right? So can you actually go and buy trust somewhere, right? Do people sell trust in packets, right? You guys and I go, I'm going to pay 1,000 rupees and give me some trust. So that is not possible, isn't it? Trust is something that has to be earned, right? You have to earn the trust, not only from your customers, from so many other stakeholders, right? You have to earn the trust of your founders, co-founders. You have to earn the trust of the suppliers. You have to earn the trust of your investors, right? You have to earn the trust of your other partners, right? So as a startup, you need to be able to earn trust. You cannot demand it, right? You cannot demand, oh, you should trust me. Right? Why should somebody trust you, right? You cannot. So trust is something that is that's kind of earned, right? You kind of earn the trust from the different stakeholders, right? You cannot demand it. So you can only earn by the actions that you are trying to make, right? So for example, you act in a certain way that convinces the other person to kind of make it as a trust. Right? So it's a very, very difficult thing. It's important. It's important that you have to earn the element of trust. Sometimes, you can try and get trust by a couple of other things. Let's say, for example, let's say you're all students of some institute, right? So, for example, I see a lot of students from IIT Bhubaneswar, right? So the fact that you are a student of IIT Bhubaneswar, a prestigious institute like IIT Bhubaneswar, would would give a certain amount of trust, right, to the counterparty. Okay, because you're all from a good institute, so naturally you are all very well qualified. You probably have a good talent, so that creates an element of trust as compared to somebody who's not from, so let's say, some of the top institutes, some of the good institutes, right? So that is one element of trust. The second element of trust is, let's say, for example, let's say in your startup you have your faculty member as an advisor, right? So when you have a faculty member as an advisor, many people believe, oh, faculty members have a lot of social capital, right? People tend to trust, faculty members, teachers in the Indian society, right? So therefore, when you have somebody as an advisor to you as a faculty member, then what you do is people tend to give a little bit more trust, right? People tend to believe what you are saying because there is somebody who is taking care of the, who's kind of advising the founding team, right? So in the initial days, when you start the business, when you don't have a product, you don't have anything, right? So how do you develop trust, right? So there are certain factors like this which you may want to consider, right? Like having an experienced, a faculty member as a part of as an advisor, right? Or having some very well-known corporate personality as you as a part of your board, right? Or being kind of highlighting the fact that you are a part of a larger institution or an incubation cell. So these are all factors that kinds of gives a certain amount of trust.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Shravani. I'm a BTech third year student. So, if an investor is looking into the proposal of a startup, so what would be the major areas he or she would concentrate on? And so, what are the areas that should be focused by someone who is looking for an investor?
I thought I just addressed this question when I talked about the business plan, right? Sometime back, I said 5 aspects, right? So essentially, what is the problem that is trying to being solved? The team, the business model, and fourth is how unique your idea or your startup is, and fifth is the financial projection, right? So these are the 5 aspects, right, that normally people tend to focus on, right? People might call it by different names. People don't really say that, I am going to, as I was just mentioning, people do not say that, okay, I give 20% weightage for this, 10% weightage for this. No, right? There is no such kind of explicit criterion that people use, right? So in a sense that, you cannot, what is called as, when you prepare for an exam, what do you do, right? You attempt a difficult question first or attempt the easy question first, right? You do some kind of a strategy, right? But all these things does not exist as far as the business plan or meeting the investors are concerned, right? You need to be, be strong in all the 5 elements, right? You need to be equally strong in all the 5 elements. But if you have to prioritize, right? If you have to prioritize, you'll say that, okay, a great idea, but a bad team is very unlikely to get funded, right? So among all the other factors, at least the initial stages, the people is very, very important, right? A very strong, cohesive startup founding team is very important to move things forward.
We'll
Hello,
take
sir.
a question.
Yeah, please go on.
Yeah, my name is Srini Rajendran. I work on an international research organization as an agriculture scientist, but I like to venture into agri-business to start up. And I just wanted to check with you, like all startups are in idea stage, or you may just have to test. So during that time, is it necessary for us to register our company as and move forward with it? And once it is becoming better, and then we go for a registration. How important is registering the company, sir? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So registering a company is important for multiple reasons, but particularly when you want to actually get some external things into the picture. Let's say, for example, if you want to get some bank funding, right? So bank will have to fund a company, right? So you may not be able to fund individuals, right? So in which case you will have to register. Or if you want to go and get incubation support, right? Then incubator would need to provide incubation support again to an entity, right? So that time you need to be able to get registered. So, or let's say, for example, you are selling a good, right? You're producing something and you want to sell to someone. So you need to raise an invoice, right? So who will raise an invoice? A business can raise an invoice on other business. Right? So therefore, registration is important. But at what stage you should register? I think that's your question, right? Should I register now, or should I register at a stage when my idea is fairly advanced and I'm sure that I'm going to do the business, right? See, the moment you start registration, there are going to be some compliance requirements, right? So that means what, you have to have an auditor, you have to create an account statement of accounts every year, and you have to file it to the registrar of companies, right? So there are some costs that are involved. Right? So if you are, I'm telling a very practical approach, right? The practical approach is, if you are not, if you're not getting money from someone else, if you're not developing the product, or if you're simply in the stage where you are kind of fleshing out your idea, you're sharpening the idea, right, among the founding team, right, then you don't have to register a company at that stage, right? And because the moment you register a company, you come in the laws of, you come under the Companies Laws Act. So that means you have to follow a lot of other procedures to ensure that you're complying with various laws, right? So that can be sometimes an avoidable thing, right? Many entrepreneurs find that this compliance and all takes a lot of time and effort and money also. So people say that, okay, I'm still at the idea stage, right? I have not really fleshed it out, right? So the moment you are taking concrete steps, right? The moment you're taking concrete steps, yes, I'm going to recruit some employees, right? I'm going to make an investment, right? And if you want the company to be separate from your personal, financial, assets, then you have to start a separate company, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So there is some hands that are being raised by somebody called, or any questions, any other questions? Amit Maurya, I think Amit Maurya has.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, I am, sir, slightly confused about, sir, how we can validate ideas when we not sure about, sir, many other businesses are also running on the same idea now.
So first of all, you have to identify what is the problem, right? I mean, have you identified the problem? That's important, right? What are you trying to solve from your business? So that is important, right? So once you identified a problem and you kind of thought about a solution, right? Okay, and this is what I'm going to do for this problem. Next is, you may want to check with the potential customers, right? Go to them and then tell them, you are all having this problem, and then I'm trying to come out with a solution that will address this problem. So this is the solution that I have. Do you think it will be effective? Will you buy this, right? So sometimes what happens is the customers might give a very interesting insight. They'll simply say that, okay, but your solution, your solution is good. It's solving the problem, but I don't think I'm going to buy it because of these reasons. Right? So therefore, the best way to validate is what is called as from the customers itself, right? So today, I think there are a lot of programs that are being conducted. What is called as a customer discovery process, right? You have to first find out who is your customer, right? Will he pay? Will he not pay? How much is he willing to pay, right? The customer discovery process is very important. And it's sometimes a good idea for early stage entrepreneurs to go through this kind of a program on customer discovery, right? And then most of them will be able to find out from the customers itself. Okay, I mean, is this something that will be valuable for a customer? And the customer says no, it's not valuable. Then you can go back and change whatever you're going to do, so that you don't have to make significant investments and later on realize, at a later stage, oh, there is no market for this product or service. For example, there is an organization in IIT Madras, which is called as a Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And so they work with various institutes across the country in conducting these kinds of customer discovery. They have this program called Incubate, right? Incubate is a program, and then they have something called as the customer discovery process. When people participate, it's a 7-week program, right? In a 7-week program, you participate in this program, then you are taken through a very structured approach of identifying your customer, identifying their need, and then finding out whether there is a market, right? For your product and service and so on. So this, I'm just giving you one solution. Maybe the entrepreneurship cell can get in touch with the Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center at IIT Madras, and then request if they can conduct a program like this for your institute, right? And it could probably help many of you to be able to understand, whether you should go ahead or what you should do to be able to change the idea.
So this is Nagapavan. So can you please list out what are the legal aspects that one needs to take care of while making a proposal?
So I'm so sorry, I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to give incomplete advice. As long as you believe that you are not doing anything wrong, I think you should just go ahead. At a very early stage, you're not manufacturing guns or bombs and all, right? So you don't have to really worry about all these things, the legal stage at a very early stage. And when you require a time where you need this help, the best would be to be a part of some incubators, right? Say, for example, your institute might have an own incubator, and many of these incubators, they might actually have some kind of a legal, support, right? So they'll be able to provide you the support that is needed for you. See, I cannot simply answer a question, right? It's a very, very difficult question for me to answer, right? Asking a very large question, what are the legal things, right? So, I mean, what should I say? What should I not say? Right? It's so difficult, isn't it?
Morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So my name is Surkant Harnareddy. So when we start a startup, and we have an idea, we go to investors. And then when he feels like a monetization comes into play, and then he want a bit change. So should I stay in touch with my idea, or should I go with his a bit of change?
Oh, so that is a very difficult decision, right? So it depends on, see, ultimately, you have to take ownership, right? You have to take ownership of the idea. You have to be convinced, right? There is no formula here again, okay? There is no formula here again, whether should you accept or should you not accept. But then ultimately, if you accept this idea and then the idea fails, right? You cannot put the blame on the investor, right? The investor will still blame you. I mean, I just gave you an idea, right? It is up to you whether to take it or leave it, but you took it. But then blaming me that it is my idea and therefore it has failed, it is not acceptable, right? So it's like something, right? I don't know, many of you might not be able to appreciate this, correct? It's like parents and their babies, right? So many people can have so many suggestions about what is good for the baby and all these things. But ultimately, it is the responsibility of the parents to make appropriate decisions, right? They can take what others are trying to say, they can ignore what others are trying to say, but ultimately they are responsible, right? So if you are a founder, you are responsible, right? You are responsible. You should be able to have the wisdom to ignore what is called as unsound ideas, but at the same time be able to absorb if there are some other important ideas that you think might be beneficial, right? So the ability to distinguish which ones to ignore and which ones to accept is very important. If you take a stand that no, I'm going to close my eyes and ears to whatever I'm getting and I'm going to implement the thing, so that's good, but then you are not possibly opening your mind to get something good from other ideas.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, my name is Gulshan Rai. I'm a MTech student from IIT Delhi. My question is, sir, if I'm having an idea and somehow I'm able to make a team, sir, then based on your experience, can you please guide on one point? If I take my idea to an investor or say some other member of the team, there is a chance that my idea might get hijacked, sir. The investor might say no to that idea in the initial stage, and that same idea with his capital and his power, he's able to implement that. Based on your experience, can you guide, sir, how to avoid such situation that my idea should not get hijacked, or to what extent should I expose my idea to other person?
So there is no easy answer to this. So therefore, it's very important that you find a person who is trustworthy. I mean, that I think is the most simple answer. Right? See, ultimately, you cannot have contracts, right, for everything, right? And then enforcing the contracts is also difficult, right? So it's so difficult, right? So initial stages, you need to be able to find somebody who is trustworthy, right? Who is your co-founder, right? Who is very trustworthy? Can you believe in him, right? So ultimately, you have to believe, right? You have to believe that people are not going to do that. So that is one level. Second is, most of the investors, right? Most of the investors, they listen to hundreds of ideas, right? So it is very difficult for them. Most of them, they don't do it, right? They don't hijack the idea. They don't actually take idea from someone else and give, because most of them are plainly investors. They don't have the energy and the energy of the entrepreneurs to go ahead and implement, right? As a startup founder, you're going to implement it, right? You're not simply going to just invest money in it. But most of the investors, they just invest money, right? They don't have the ability to actually go ahead and implement it. Now, having said that, we cannot blindly rule out the fact that it has never happened, right? So there are instances where entrepreneurs have complained that, oh man, this is my idea, and then I went and presented to this investor, and then later on, subsequently, I see the same idea being implemented by somewhere else, right? So we have had situations like this. So therefore, the suggestion that I have is, you talk to people only whom you think are trustworthy, right? Whom you believe that they're not going to engage in something that is going to be harmful to your business interests. You don't have to reveal everything to everybody. Right? You have to be very judicious about it. You have to be very judicious till you reach a certain stage where you have built adequate protective barriers that others will find it difficult to copy and implement.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, I think that was the last question.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, we come to the end of the first session. Now I would like to thank our chairman, Dr. Madhusmita Das ma'am, to present you with a memento as a token of gesture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an interactive and insightful session. And from the entire IIT Bhubaneswar fraternity, we look forward to your continued support, guidance, and encouragement in future, sir. So I want to just present a token of appreciation, a small memento, and we will dispatch it at your place. Kindly share your address with us. So thank you very much once again, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much for the opportunity and wishing you all a very interesting day today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We want you to participate if you can, or listen to other speakers and share your ideas if you can.
Sure, definitely.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, actually. Good morning, everyone. And with this, we ended our first technical session. So I can see our second resource person, Professor Vinay Nandiya, sir, has already joined to take the second session, and he will be mostly focusing on the basics of entrepreneurship, enterprise, entrepreneur, and different classifications. So let us welcome sir, and I request our student coordinator to introduce sir to the August gathering.
Good morning all. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Vinay Kumar Nandiya to the panel. Dr. Vinay Kumar Nandiya, a distinguished alumnus of Banaras Hindu University, has 48 years of managerial experience, including senior and top levels in India and overseas in banking, industry, and education. He has multifunctional expertise in banking, finance, general management, education, and institution building. This includes the experience of raising and deploying financial resources in India and overseas, setting up new ventures in India, and a new industrial project overseas. Experience in education includes active participation in the formulation and setting up MBA and MCA programs during 1998 to 1999 in IIT Roorkee, BBA and MBA programs in 2019 at NSUT New Delhi. Professor Nandiya is currently a distinguished professor at BML Munjal University, Gurugram. Amongst others, he has held the position of head of the department in IIT Roorkee thrice, emeritus professor at NSUT Dwarka, New Delhi, managing director and CEO of an investment and finance company in Mumbai, senior vice president at SR Group in Mumbai, group director of a large business and industrial house at Lagos, Nigeria, and an international banker at Singapore. He was principal investigator of a 5 crore rupee project, National Competitiveness in Knowledge Economy, awarded by the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, Government of India. Professor Nandiya is a member of various bodies and boards of several academic and other institutions. He has been a senior expert with International Telecommunication Union, Switzerland. He was the Government of India nominee on the Council of Management of All India Management Association. He has to his credit many articles published in referred journals, national and international. He has authored the books Master's Peak Management Education in India, published by Bloomsbury India in 2014. He has been honored with the Glory of India Award, Lifetime Achievement in Business Education Award, Shiksha Ratan Puraskar, and Devang Mehta Business School Award for being the best professor in general management. So good morning, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now the floor is all yours, and I request our IT team to upload sir's PPT for reference.
Good morning, very good morning to everybody. May I request Sai to stop sharing for the moment? I would like to speak first. A very good morning to everybody, and I'm very happy to be back in IIT Bhubaneswar after a gap of 4 years. It was 4 years back I was invited in IIT Bhubaneswar to deliver a talk on the same topic, which is very interesting. And as the luck would have it, your director was talking about starting a program at that time, which finally he started. And with Professor Mahapatra, as he was telling this morning. And I'm also very happy to look at the title of the seminar or webinar, whatever you call it, how to start an enterprise. This is very encouraging. And as the director said, I think part 2 is going to be more in a workshop mode, because this is a topic which is to be covered more in a workshop mode rather than in the form of a seminar. But in the times we are living, I think we are going like that. And he also started a program in IIT Kharagpur with Professor Kalyan Going. And as the luck would have it, Professor Kalyan Going was a very good friend of mine. He is no more, unfortunately. He used to be head of the Department of Business School in IIT Kharagpur when I was head in IIT Roorkee, and we used to meet often. And both of us are product of Banaras Hindu University. So that was another interesting common thing which was talked. So I'm very happy that part 2 of this will be hopefully a workshop mode delivery. And in part 1, as a director rightly said, I think there was a change in program, and I was supposed to take the first session, and the second session was supposed to be a little advanced as it was supposed to be. But nevertheless, I was listening to the previous speaker, and I'll be very happy to take some of the questions which were asked to him, because even I wanted to have the session very interactive. But as I'm told to cover the topic in a introductory fashion, so let me tell all of you, let us get the things right. Now, unfortunately, most of the students who want to be entrepreneur, they don't even know the difference between business, industry, commerce, small and medium enterprises. They don't know the difference. They don't even know what is an enterprise for that matter. So those are some of the things I would like to start with. And when I was a student, the terminology used very often was 2 words we heard very often. One word was industrious, and the other word was enterprising. I'm talking about 1960s, 1970s period. So industrious word possibly referred to a very hardworking and diligent student or employee or a worker. Industrious may have some relationship with the word industry. I really don't know. And another term which was enterprising meant a student or a person or an individual who was adventurous, who was willing to take risk of new things. So this was the context at that point of time. And now we are talking about what is an enterprise. That's the next term. And it's very interesting. An enterprise is a project or undertaking normally for the purpose of gain. That is how an enterprise is described. I repeat, an enterprise is a project or undertaking normally for the purpose of gain. And in today's world, it is used generally for an organization engaged in business. Now, let me give you an example. When the banks were nationalized in 1969, 14 banks were nationalized. Then again, 6 banks were nationalized in 1980. And priority sector advances were to be given. And priority sector meant agriculture, small scale industry, retail, trade, small transport operators, small business. And the term used was business enterprises. So this I'm telling you of 1969, 1980. That the term enterprise was used, and how it was taught to us as bank officers was, for example, somebody is having a video game parlor. Those days video games were, played in big machines in parlors. Or if somebody is running a beauty salon, or somebody is having an ice cream parlor. Now this will be called as an enterprise. So what we were explained as an enterprise was, enterprise is much larger than a simple industry or a factory or a shop. So enterprise is a bigger term. Then comes to what is an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is an individual who creates new business. An entrepreneur bears most of the risk of his business, and he reaps and enjoys most of the rewards. The entrepreneur is commonly seen as, in today's context, as an innovator, as a source of new ideas, goods, services, and business or procedure. So entrepreneur word has something like novelty with him. It is new business, new idea. It adds value. That is what is an entrepreneur. Now, the other term we come to is very interesting, and the other term we come to is business. Can any one of you tell me what is business? I'll be very happy to be in interactive mode, and later part of my talk, I would take the questions which were being asked earlier also. I would like to address those questions. Can any one of you tell me what is business?
Business often tend to look at the generating profits and trading the product.
A business is any organization of people working together to generate profits by providing solutions to its customers or products.
Wonderful. So we have one thing common in both of you. What you said was profit is the motive for engaging in the activity. And what could this be? What could the activity be? Of course, the second one said to fulfill, solving a problem. What is the activity?
So trading.
Trading is one part. Very good.
Sir, exchanging goods and services.
Exchanging goods and services. Very good. If I have to define it in very simple terms, business is nothing but production and distribution. And distribution and exchange of goods and services for a price with profit motive. So this is part one is production. That is what is industry part, and then distribution comes next. Okay, and taking it to the final end consumer, that is what is trade. Okay, so business can be broken into two parts. One part is industry, the other part is trade and auxiliaries to the trade. Can any one of you tell me what are the kind of industries? What is the classification of industries we have? What are the type of industries? And who does the classification, by the way? And where does it come from? Yeah, one person at a time, please.
Sir, sir, we have mainly three types of businesses: primary, tertiary, and secondary. Primary based on most on the production sector. Secondary mostly based on the giving out the processing sector, and tertiary giving out the services sector.
Very good. This is the way even the economy is described. What is the primary economy? Agriculture. What is the secondary economy? That's manufacturing. What is the tertiary economy? That is services. This is the way even economy is described. But I'm talking about classification as given by international standards and as given by even Government of India. Please remember how industry came. Before industry was agriculture. Okay. So the man became nomad and started, cattle rearing. After cattle rearing, it was harnessing of water and agriculture came, crops came, and then the village and craft artisans came. That is how the beginning of the industrial world started. So the first industry, the first classification of industry was called agriculture and allied industries. Now the nomenclature is changed globally, including in India. It is called agriculture, hunting, fishing, and forestry. That is called classification number 1. I repeat, agriculture, hunting, fishing, and forestry. Then after this genetic industry, this is called genetic industry because you are generating something. Second came what is called extractive industry. So what do you extract? This is minerals and metals. So after your Stone Age came the Bronze Age, and after Bronze Age came the Iron Age. All right. So your old Stone Age was from 2.5 million BC years to about 10,000 BC years, and then came the Bronze Age. So after when Bronze Age came, that was the time the metals got important. And that is how came the next industry, which is called mining and quarrying. So the classification number 2 2 is the number allotted to the, this is official classification. 2, minerals and metals. This is called mining and quarrying industry. The third industry is called manufacturing industry. The third industry is called the manufacturing industry, and the numbers allotted are from 3 to 15. From 3 to 15 are various numbers allotted to various industries. And 16 is a new addition which was not there. This is water, gas and electricity. This is a kind of industry that is given number 16. And 17 is construction industry, which was there earlier also, which is there now also. And then a new sector has been added. It is called services. Now services have become part of industry. And the numbers given are from 18 to 27. So there are total 27 classification, out of which 1 is agriculture, 2 is mining, and 3 to 16 are manufacturing. 3 to 15 are manufacturing. 16 is water, gas, electricity. 17 is construction, and 18 to 27 are again what is called services. So this is one way of looking at what is industry. I think that is clear. Other part of it is called trade. Now what is trade? Trade is taking goods and services from the point of manufacturing or production to the point of consumption. Okay. Trade could be wholesale, trade could be retail trade, trade could be internal trade, trade could be international trade. Trade could be in various forms. It could be in franchisee, it could be in dealership, it could be in wholesale. It is in various forms. And whatever helps trade, it is called auxiliary to trade. What helps trade? Advertising, warehousing, banking, transportation. All these are called auxiliaries to trade. So all these things together constitute the business world. That is the backdrop in which we have to understand the scenario. So I again repeat that industries, I have already said, you have the industry numbers 1 and 2 for agriculture and mining, 3 to 15 for manufacturing, 16 for water, gas and electricity, 17 for construction, and 18 to 31 are meant for what is called services. Can any one of you tell me what is MSME? What is MSME?
Excuse me, sir. Could you please share the slide, please?
What is MSME?
So small and medium scale enterprises.
Micro, small and medium
enterprises.
Micro. What does micro mean?
Small and medium enterprises.
Micro, yeah.
Up to 5 crores.
There is the definition of investment level, sir, actually. Level of investment.
And what is the criteria for definition in changes?
The turnover must be.
See, it's very interesting. When we got independence, there was hardly any industry in India. It was only textile industry and nothing else in this country at that point of time. Very, very rarely, I think iron mills were there, not even steel mills, iron mills were there. So it was village and cottage industry, okay, and artisans. So they used to operate at a very small level, and they were included in the priority sector advances of banks when the banks got nationalized, and they are included as micro enterprises in our country. That's the scenario of micro enterprises. So they are very small, for example, weavers are there, pottery makers are there. These people fall into the category of. So the definition which came for small scale industry for the first time, and that definition was based on number of people employed. So the first time when the definition came, up to 100 people, wherever they were employed, it was called small scale industry. Over a period of time, definition got changed to cover what is the size of investment and size of investment in plant and machinery. Now the latest definition covers two things. There are two parameters. One is the size of investment in plant and machinery, and another one is turnover. So what is the definition today? I'll just be sharing. Micro enterprises are those enterprises, whether they are into manufacturing or whether they are into services. Investment in plant and machinery or equipment should not be more than 1 crore and annual turnover should not be more than rupees 5 crores. The next level which comes is called small scale. Now it is not called small scale industry. Now it is called SME. And what is SME? This is small and medium enterprises. So this term has been taken from the word over, it is used as SME. And when we got liberalized in 93, we started changing our terminology. So in the year 2006, this MSME Act came. In 2007, the Ministry of MSME was formed and SSI term was no more used here. So investment in plant and machinery or equipment should not exceed more than 10 crore rupees and the annual turnover should not exceed more than rupees 50 crores. That is what is a small industry. And in case of medium enterprises, investment in plant and machinery or equipment should not be more than rupees 50 crores and annual turnover should not exceed more than 250 crores. So this is how this MSME is stated. My question to you is it necessary for you to register as a MSME? Is it mandatory that you should register yourself as M or SME?
So nowadays the registration process is happening for small scale industries, not necessarily for micro scale.
My question
is, depends what.
Is it mandatory?
Sir, not mandatory, sir.
Okay, so should you register or should you not register?
I personally feel we must register because a lot of schemes are there provided by Government of India. So it's if it is good to register so that we'll have access to many
wonderful
resources.
Wonderful. What is the meaning of the word registration? Whether you register as a student or whether you register your land records in the office of sub-registrar of assurances, what is the meaning of the word register?
So that you declare your existence to a particular organization or an entity.
Wonderful, wonderful. So this is you are getting recorded as an entity so that registrar keeps books of registers which are open to public as against accountant whose books are not open to public. That's the difference between an accountant and a registrar. Both maintain records. So registrar maintains records which are open to the public. That is what is registration. So in case of MSME, it is not mandatory that you should register, but if you do register, then only the banker will entertain you for loan. Then only you are entitled to various government schemes. So what is the structure of the department of MSME in the country? Who is the top man in the country? In Microsoft and micro, small and medium enterprises in our country?
Central Minister of MSME.
Yeah, that's right. The minister in Government of India, MSME, Cabinet Minister, Minister of State. But who is the top bureaucrat? This gentleman is called Development Commissioner MSME. Development Commissioner MSME. And this gentleman is at the top of the hierarchy of MSME bureaucracy in the country. At the bottom, at the district level, you have somebody who's called General Manager. He is called General Manager DIC, District Industry Center. And that is where normally your records are maintained. Okay. And then they are aggregated at the national level. And right now, the registration is done on a portal in a centralized manner. So the advantage of getting registered is that you will be entertained by a banker and you will be entitled to various schemes of the government. And the same advantages for registration as a startup. Now, if you register yourself as a startup, then you get all the benefits of the schemes, including taxation benefits and other benefits of the government. If you don't register, you don't get that advantage. Again, there is no mandatory requirement for you to have registered yourself as a startup. Now, what is the difference between a startup and a SME? Is there any difference? Or let me put it, what is the difference between a businessman, an entrepreneur and a startup? Let me ask you that question.
So entrepreneur is, they are innovators. In fact, they come out with unique ideas and unique way of thinking as compared to businessman.
I would slightly modify that. The definition of entrepreneur is one who ventures into new things. Okay, there's a slight difference. For example, somebody is setting up 2,500 crore rupees, steel manufacturing plant with German technology in the west coast of India. So he is bringing in new technology. This guy is an entrepreneur, mind it. Now he is not innovator. There's a difference. So you should understand that. And that's one of the reasons I'm discussing this with you guys, is to know precise difference between an entrepreneur and a startup or an innovator. So entrepreneur is necessarily a person who starts a new venture, new entity, new project. Okay. And an entrepreneur, the key word is risk. Now tell me, how is it different from business? How is a businessman different than an entrepreneur?
In business, there would be competition. Much of the competition for the entrepreneurs, it is a new thing for the city.
Sir, mostly in a business manner, you look for more than profit than your on the organizational behavior than on or moving on new ideas on innovating stuff.
You're right. In case of business, it may be your traditional family business. So you are just sitting there and managing things, managing the organization and doing the business as it has been done traditionally over a period of time. So you are into the business of producing, distributing, selling, exchanging goods and services at a price for profit. Perfectly fine, but you're not doing a new venture. So that is what could be a business. So you may be into a family business. An entrepreneur necessarily starts a new venture. Okay, that's one major difference. Then we come to startup. Now, how is the startup different from an entrepreneur?
So again, startups are more unique, sir, actually. It's not, it doesn't, like, for example, everyone sells tomato or vegetables, but the way they sell it, the business model is very unique for startups.
See, I would think startup has two unique things, and one was spoken out just a few minutes back, and that was innovation, largely innovation. Okay, and the second and most important thing in case of a startup, which is not the case with normal business or even with entrepreneur, is the scalability. Now, if you are selling something like 100 units per day today, and if I am an investor and if I don't see the potential of 10,000 units per day being sold by you, then I am not an investor with you. And the bigger investor will see 10 million units being sold per day. So this scalability from 100 to 10,000 to 10 million is what differentiates startup from the other business units. So two elements. The one is innovation and the second of startup. Now it's very interesting that when this Modi government came into power in 2014, they announced that they will have Startup India, which finally came into being in 2015. And 2016, they gave the definition of startup, which has been recently changed. Recently means, I think, a couple of years back changed. Now, startup term refers to a company in the first stages of operations. That is one. Startups are founded by one or more entrepreneurs who want to develop a product or service for which they believe there is demand, as was told by the previous speaker. The Department for Promotion of Industry and International Trade, DPIIT, is the department which is relevant for you here, not the Ministry of MSME. And that has amended the definition of startup recently. Now it is an entity will be recognized as a startup for 10 years of existence and up to 100 crore of rupees of turnover. Now this was earlier 5 years only, first 5 years of existence, and turnover was 25 crore rupees. Now this has been recently revised to 10 years of existence and rupees 100 crores of turnover. But please remember, startup is a concept. Now the definition of startup could be different for different people and in different countries. But two things which are common, as I told, one is innovation and the second is scalability. Another change which has happened in the definition of startup is very interesting. It should be working towards innovation, development or improvement of products or process.
Hello, are we got disconnected with speaker?
So please try to connect Professor Nandiya.
Friends, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Professor Nandiya. Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry that I don't know where did I miss out, but I was talking about the definition of startups given by DPIIT, and I was telling that the recent revision is that startup will be recognized up to 10 years of existence and up to 100 crore rupees of turnover. Earlier, this period was 5 years, and the turnover was 25 crores. Now, what is very different and interesting in case of India is that startups should be working towards innovation, development or improvement of products or processes or services, or if it is scalable business model with a high potential of employment generation or wealth creation. Now this is very interesting. Or if it is a scalable business model with a high potential of employment generation. Now this is a recent addition. I think it is done in 2019. And it was not there. The earlier definition was that it should be working towards innovation, deployment of commercialization of new products, processes or services driven by technology or intellectual property. So it's very interesting that am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So this is the new definition that employability, scalability and employability has been clubbed in case of Startup India website, and this is only in India that employment has been included in the definition. So this is a new change. The other thing I would like to share with all of you is, do you know what is technical feasibility and economic viability? Any one of you?
Is it possible to execute the idea with the available technology? Is a technical feasibility, I guess.
Wonderful. So for example, you can see complete TV, you can have it in a wristwatch. Now that means this project is technically feasible, but nobody will buy this watch which you have created where you can see the television in a wristwatch. So it is technically feasible, but it is not economically viable. All right. So one of the different thing which a banker looks at, which a lender looks at, is whether your project is technically feasible and whether it is economical viable or not. Because if your costing is too high and nobody is willing to pay you price at your selling price, that means project is not economically viable. So these terms are used by bankers, technical feasibility and economic viability, but these terms are not used by the startup investors. The other terms which are used is what is the difference between economic viability, financial viability and commercial viability. Now economic viability is if a project is profitable, we call it project is economically viable. And what is financial viability? Financial viability is the lender wants to see whether he will get back his installments on time or not. That's what he wants to see. Lender wants to see whether interest on his lending, he will receive it on time or not. So financial viability is looking at the cash flows, whether the cash flows are coming on time or not. That is what is financial viability. And finally, the commercial viability is the project allowed to be commercially operated or not? For example, you want to set up a petroleum project in Uttarakhand. Now, Uttarakhand government does not allow any such projects like chemical projects which will create pollution. So hill states do not allow it. That means your project is not commercially viable. So there's difference between commercial viability and financial viability and economic viability. So again, in the startup world, the investor is not interested in your financial viability because investor is generally taking stake in equity, not in lending. All right. So I think this was just the beginning of my discussion. Can we go through the slides quickly? This we have already covered. Next. Can you read it outside? Sai, can you read out the slides quickly?
Rewards of entrepreneurship include a rewarding career, work-life autonomy, leadership experience, and work from anywhere. Risks of an entrepreneur is a financial technology risk, competitive characteristics of an entrepreneur.
Just read the titles. Can you go to the next one, please?
Please read out as Professor Nandiya requested for.
They are follow your passion, learning must be continuous, expect failure and trust yourself.
Yeah, next one. Now here we are starting, and what I feel where students normally do mistakes is that they do not understand what I covered in the earlier portion. What are the various aspects of SME registration, etc., etc. And now I come to the point where we get started. So the first is to understand the ecosystem. What is an ecosystem of startup? Next slide. Now, startup ecosystem comprises of startups at various stages. You can be in idea stage, you can be in early implementation stage, you can be in early traction stage, you can be on the prototype stage, and you can be in advanced funding stage. Then who are the team members? They constitute the ecosystem, the mentors, the advisors, the incubators, the accelerators, the investors, the government policies, all of them together create the ecosystem. Now, one of the failures I have seen, let me also share with you. Last time when I came to IIT Bhubaneswar, from the audience, I got two students who have become my mentees. They are already being mentored by me. And the ecosystem in India is available, possibly the best in Bangalore or Mumbai or NCR. So what is happening in tier 2 and tier 3 cities? People are having difficulty in getting the right ecosystem. So it is fine to get incubated in an academic institution in the beginning, but one needs to move to the higher level of startup ecosystem. Otherwise, you do not get the kind of support which you get the support of the peer group, the events, the functions, the programs which take place in the startup ecosystem in maybe in Bangalore, maybe in Gurgaon, maybe in Mumbai, maybe to some extent in places like even Chandigarh. So startup ecosystem is very important to understand. Next. Please read out.
So the current slide is opportunity versus idea. You have probably met someone with a story about how they had an idea years ago that someone else later turned into a successful product. If they genuinely think that they could have hit the big time, they likely don't know the difference between an opportunity and an idea. Opportunity refers to a favorable time or situation for doing something, whereas an idea refers to a thought or suggestion about a possible course of action.
Next.
So some points include ideas are a dime a dozen, opportunities have value, ideas just take inspiration. Opportunities need perspiration too. You can work on lots of ideas but can focus on only one or two opportunities. When dealing with ideas, it's okay to dream, to speculate. When dealing with opportunities, get ready to measure, to use data. Investors do not put their money into ideas. They back opportunities. So the problem discovery includes, let's identify problems that can be solved. Let's identify problems that can be solved and money can be made in the process. And how are users currently solving this problem?
Next, yeah.
Idea generation, define user, define problem, and generate a hypothesis or an idea.
Next.
Idea validation. Market validation is the process of determining if there's a need for your product in your target market. Validating your business idea can enable you to reasonably predict whether people will buy your product or service and whether your business will be profitable.
Next.
Step 1. Write down goals, assumptions, and hypotheses. Ask yourself, what's the value of my product? Who's the target audience and what assumptions have I made about them? What differentiates my product from the existing ones? And what hypotheses do I have about my product, pricing, and business model?
Next. Yeah.
Step 2. Assess market size and share. Before moving forward with your venture, estimate the size of your target market and share of it you could potentially capture. By doing so, you can gauge your business's potential and justify its launch.
Next.
Step 3. Conduct customer validation interviews. Conducting interviews with your target market segment can be an effective way to learn about your product's potential. This initiative might include hiring a market research company to conduct focus groups, sending out an online survey, or simply requesting a conversation with someone. Step 4. Test your product or service. Once you've determined there's space for your product in the market, ensure you're putting the most useful, intuitive version of it into the world. You can achieve this through alpha and beta testing. Alpha testing is when internal employees test a product in a stage setting. The purpose of alpha testing is to eliminate any bugs, issues, or idiosyncrasies in the product before it's available to outside users. Beta testing is when a product is tested by a limited group of real external users who are specifically told to identify problems. In the case of a software or app, beta testing might be open to the public with a notice letting users know the version they're testing is unfinished. Types of funding.
Here I want you to stop here. And my request to all of you is that ideas I have not covered in great detail because this was already taken by the first speaker. All right. And up till now, whatever questions you want to ask, kindly ask me because I heard one of the MTech IIT Delhi student asking a question about what legal things we need to do when doing pitching. I think that was the question. Is that gentleman around?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir, I am
please.
present, sir.
Yes, sir, he is there.
Yes, can you repeat the question? I would like to answer that question.
Sir, my question was if I am able to figure out an idea and suppose I am able to make a team, then what, based on the sir's experience, I was asking that how is it possible that if I take my idea with my team to an investor or for that matter to another member of the team, how can I avoid getting my idea to be hijacked?
Okay, hold on. I think you are a different person. That was a different question, but let me answer this question first, what you're asking. You are talking about the risk you are running of your idea being hijacked. Okay, that's your question. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now let me share with you some 16 years back when we started our incubation center at IIT Roorkee. We allowed alumni to also to be incubated. So one gentleman who was 85 years old, he came with his grandson and he said, this is my grandson who was 18 years old. He said that we want to get incubated, and that was the first case we got in there. And they came to my residence, they were sitting in the lawn, and it took 20 minutes and the boy did not open up and he did not tell me his idea. I said, why have you come to meet me? He said, I can't tell you my idea because if I tell my idea, it becomes public. Then I lose the advantage which I have. This I'm talking about 15, 16 years back. So that was that time. And please remember, now the scenario has completely changed. Now there are two things. If your idea is that great or that worthwhile, you better take intellectual property right. Okay, you register for, you get yourself patented, copyrighted, whatever it is. Okay, so you take an IPR. That is one scenario. The second scenario is when you go and when you make presentation to the people you make presentation, they are one of the two kinds. One is they are, they are judges like me who are sitting in competition and awarding you prizes if you get selected, or they are investors. So the chances of your idea being stolen is minimal. That is one. Second thing is, please remember, when we look at propositions, that time has gone when we were very, very, very keen on the idea. That stage has gone now. Now we are more keen on the team. Now we are more keen on your passion. Now we are more keen on your capability. We are not so much bothered about the idea, because the same idea one team cannot implement, another team will do wonders with the same idea, as you see in the novel business as well. So I think this, this is not a very well-founded doubt which is at the back of your mind. That's my answer to your question. What was your other question? You were continuing something on this. Yes, Rajendra.
Hello.
Yeah.
So there was another question which was asking about the legal aspects which one has to take care while starting an enterprise.
Very good, and that is very interesting. And let me tell you, for example, I do mentoring on legal, financial, and commercial aspect of the business. I am not a marketing man. I am not a process man. I am not a technology man. So the risk you are running is twofold. One is, are you compliant with the commercial requirements or not? As I told you, your project is not even allowed in Hill State and you are wanting to start your project in Hill State. That means you're doing a blunder. That is one scenario. I give you an example. Once I was sitting in a pitching session and somebody came out with, he had the idea of using drones in NCR for women's security. So that was about 3 years back. And I asked this boy, I said, what is the size of the drone you are going to use? He said 2 kg. I said, do you know that more than 1.5 kg of drone comes within the purview of Director General of Civil Aviation? You have to take permission and you have to register there, otherwise you cannot use a drone. He was not even aware of that. No, that is the legal aspect, that is the technology aspect. So you got to know what does the regulator say. If you are in fintech company, you got to know what does SEBI say, what does Reserve Bank of India say. If you don't understand those contexts, that means you are not legally going right. That is one side of the story. The other side of the story is, should you be a sole proprietor? Should you be a partnership firm? Should you be a unregistered partnership firm? Should you be a registered partnership firm? Should you be a one-man company? Should you be LLP, or should you be a private limited company? Or should you be a limited company? What is your legal entity? So you got to know that. Another interesting thing which happened with me, I was sitting in an incubation center in Gurgaon. I was introduced to two brothers who made a presentation for 1 hour. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
So these two brothers were making protein bars. The name of the bar was Kelly Bar. That is uh, those people who take these energy bars, chocolate bars for usage in places like gyms, etc. That product they had developed. Beautiful packing, beautiful product, everything wonderful. So the discussion went on for more than 1.5 hours. And these two brothers, one was, MBA from UK. Another brother was BTech from the same institution where I was sitting. After 1.5 hours, I said, "Who are you?" The boys were a bit taken aback. They said, "I am such and such. This is my brother such and such." I again said, "Who are you?" Again they said. Third time when I asked, they got irritated. And fourth time when I asked, they got very irritated. Then I said, "Who owns this business? Is it a partnership firm?" They said, "Yes." I said, "Who are the partners?" He said, "Our father and uncle." I said, "Then that is why I was telling you, who the hell are you? And why am I talking with you? You are not even owner of the business." Now, this is important. This is the answer to your question. So what is your legal format? What is your legal entity? If you are not clear about it, what kind of pitching are you doing? So this you have to take care of. So I think I have answered your second part of the question.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? So if there's no other question, I'll switch on to the next topic.
Yes, sir, please continue.
So the funding is of two types. One is called debt, another is called equity. When you set up business in olden days, just go back to the previous slide. In olden days, what were the factors of production? They were land, labor, capital, and management. Today, land and labor is no more important. Today, the factors of production are idea, knowledge, enterprise, and capital. This is what are the factors of production. So earlier, the funds used to come from own funds and loan funds. Your own funds is called equity and your loan funds are called debt. And together they are called capital. Okay, so this is the scenario. Now the bankers, when they give loan, as SME, when you go to a bank, you normally take loan. And SMEs cannot live without loan. The ratio between own fund and loan fund is called debt equity ratio, and which is currently at the rate of 1:1.5. So if you are setting up a project of 250 crore rupees, you will have to put equity of 100 crores and you will get a debt of 150 crores. So 1:1.5. This is an acceptable international norm as of today. So this is how the funding starts. We go to the next. Yeah. Now this is a very, very standard slide I am showing. This is not a slide which is meant for startup funding, but it is meant for various stages of financing businesses. When you are at the lowest level, you have an idea, okay? And that is the time you go to incubation centers, etc., etc. When you are at that stage, you get bootstrapped, then you get funding from your friends, family, and people around you. Okay, and that's the time you start getting into business, from idea to business, and that is called, in our language, bootstrapping. Okay, and on the debt side, again, you may take loan, you may take micro loan, and then when you start growing up, you go to MVP stage, then you go to prototype stage, and then you go to production stage. So in the olden days, venture capitalists used to give equity and sometimes debt also, and the banker used to give debt. Today, venture capitalists are the only ones who may give part of debt to a startup. Otherwise, startups are not debt based. They are equity based. That is a major difference. And then the business grows big. From medium enterprise, you become large business. And that is the time your company has to go to the public for fundraising, and it is called initial public offering. And IPO is as per the capital market of that country. In our country, capital market is regulated by a Securities Exchange Board of India, SEBI. So whether you start as a startup or whether you start as a SME, your final end goal is to go for IPO. So this is a journey which you must understand. And please remember, whether it is business, whether it is SME, whether it is startup, the journey routes may be different, but ultimately, end of the day, you land up as a IPO, and IPO will finally become FPO, follow-up public offer. So this is, I hope this slide is clear to everybody. If it's any doubt, please ask me questions here.
No, sir, you can continue.
Next slide. Please read out.
Why funding is required by startups? A startup might require funding for one, a few, or all of the following purposes. It is important that an entrepreneur is clear about why they are raising funds. Founders should have a detailed financial and business plan before they approach investors. Prototype creation, product development, team hiring, working capital, legal and consulting services, raw material and equipment.
I think you're getting a call to close the discussion, I believe. Hello. Madam, you're not audible.
Yeah, Madhusmita, your mic is not active, I think.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You audible now? Is the time getting over? You're not audible.
Excuse me, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah.
So I want to take this opportunity till the time the technical errors are fixed. That
Yeah.
I want to salute your passion for the subject that you are teaching. Thank you so much, sir. I really enjoyed. I'm enjoying your topic. Thank you.
Thank you
I
very
don't know
much.
when I'll get the opportunity to interact with
We
you.
are running out of time. Otherwise, I would love to have taken only questions. I don't know if I'm allowed to take questions. I will still love to take more questions.
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, what is I have heard your resume, sir. You are quite a banker, sir. Sir, what do you think about Indian banks and their connection with startups?
That's a very good question. That's a very relevant question. In fact, very interestingly, 3-4 years back, I was in a startup meet somewhere, and I heard two guys from Citibank standing up and talking. I thought they have come there to sell their products, but when I was surprised that they were willing to fund startup. This was about 3-4 years back, and this happened in Gurgaon. I think 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And then the fellow, once he finished, the Citibank guys, he came down. And I was giving him my card. He said, sir, you have been my teacher. You have taught me. So that was very interesting. So that was Citibank 3 years back. Today, HDFC Bank and some other banks have already started a division, which is their startup funding division. So what they're doing, they are helping these young people. And this is in very early stages. And believe me, because they have restrictions in terms of taking equity stake. So they are still working out modalities of helping startup. But they are still in the old fashion, they are in the old mold, and they are largely funding SMEs for debt. And startup area they are slowly getting into. And this has started with Citibank, Deutsche Bank is doing it, HDFC Bank in India is doing it. Some other banks are getting into it. But it's still not, journey is not very clear, and they are not very clear what they are doing. But they are getting into the space. That is the scenario.
Sir, another question, sir, I would like to ask.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, here my colleagues asked about the security risk in a startup. Sir, wouldn't be it good if a nationalized bank in India funding a startup, or it would be a good idea, sir?
No, it is not a good idea, and the banker will never do it. Please remember, bankers are of two types. One who give very long-term loans like project loans, for example, NABARD, Exim Bank, and those kind of banks which are giving loans to companies like Power Finance Corporation and those giving loans to jute mills and all that. Those are long-term project finance type developmental banks. The other banks which you know mostly are commercial banks. So the purpose of the commercial banks is to give short-term lending, and that is mostly for working capital requirement. So they give loan for two purposes. One is it should be short-term, anywhere from 3 months to not exceeding 12 months in any case. That is one kind of loan. And the second is their security must be there. Physical security must be there, whether it is land and building, whether it is plant and machinery, whether it is furniture and fixture, whether it is vehicles. So without security, they are not going to do lending. So their orientation, approach, everything is different. That's the way commercial banks are meant to be. But as I was telling you, Citibank, HDFC Bank and these banks have started thinking of coming to startup. The trouble with startup is, what is it that you are giving to the banker? You're not giving any security. What is it that you're giving to the investor? You are simply selling your dreams. You may call it vision, but you are simply selling your dreams. And if the investor is willing to buy it, then he will bite the bait. Otherwise, he will not get into it. So his risk is great. Investor's risk is great. Investor's return is great. That is not the case with a banker. Banker is not going to take that much risk because he is playing with the money of the depositor. So banker will never take that risk. So that is my answer to your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Afternoon, sir. I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question, I doubt regarding the Stand Up India scheme for women and reserved category people of India. Is the idea of like debt versus equity, the ratio 1.5:1 is applicable in Stand Up India scheme as well?
I think you are mixing up 2-3 different things. One is normal standard practice of financing. Word over, it is based on debt equity ratio, and which is based on when we were student, it used to be 2:1. So if you have 300 crore rupees project, 200 crores could be debt and 100 crore could be equity. Now this has come out of practice, word over. Today it has become 1.5:1. Now this is a matter of practice, but in some industries like shipbuilding industries, it used to have been 1:10. So 100 crores, 90 crores could have been debt and 10 crores could have been equity. That was specific to that particular industry. That has also changed today to 3:1. So that is a matter of, that's the concept which the bankers by default use. What you are talking is about a scheme. Now, if the scheme is imposed by the central government on a nationalized bank, they will have nothing to say and nothing to do. They will go by whatever they have been told. So there are two different things. One is a concept, another is a scheme. So I think they will be different in different scenarios. Yes, madam, you want to tell something? You want me to stop?
Yes, sir. It's a sincere request if you can wind up within 2 to 3 minutes. Although we have number of questions actually, sir, from audience, from live audience and from online platform also.
Yeah, I would love to answer all the questions, but you can stop me whenever you want to stop me. So I take the next question. Whenever you want to stop me, just tell me to stop. I'll stop.
If we can take our last question of this session. Yeah.
All right.
From online. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm Akshat from IIT Delhi. I'm pursuing MTech. And my question is, sir, what do investors expect from us? Like they are investing in our idea, so they want proportion or they offer some loan with interest?
I will start with the last thing. They don't offer you loan with interest. That's number one. Okay. So the startup funding is largely based on equity. It does not include debt, unless a venture capitalist comes with an instrument which is partly debt, which will ultimately get converted into equity. So this is the answer to your question. What was the first part of your question? What does an investor look into? You. What investor looks into you is, number one, how much homework you have done. When you do pitching, I would like to see, have you validated your idea? Have you gone to the market? What have you done till now with your idea? So if you have been working on your idea in a manner which is acceptable, that is one. Second is, I am convinced that your idea is scalable and your sales could multiply 1000 times or million times, then only I will be getting to finance you. But even then, the most important thing as investor, I want to look into your team, your passion, your co-founders. If your co-founders are such that it's not workable, maybe as investor, I will not jump in. I have seen cases of husband and wife coming together, father and son coming together. Those cases have not been financed by the investors. So the team, the passion, the idea, the scalability, these are the things investor wants to look at. So I think I would close here. Possibly, I'm being way too close.
Professor
Thank you
Nandiya,
so
it's a
much,
great
sir.
pleasure,
Thank you, sir.
having you on board. You have given the anatomy of an enterprise, entrepreneur, and touched upon all the vital points very clearly. I'm sure it has been an excellent description of all the relevant terms for the budding entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We thoroughly enjoyed your session, and I'm sure every one of us have learned many important things from you. Thank you so much.
Once again, sir, on behalf of our Honorable Director IIT Bhubaneswar and entire IIT Bhubaneswar team, sir, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart from being so kind, generous, throughout last 1 month, sir. You tolerated me, my, uninvited, intervention. Okay, so thank you very much for this one, interactive session, sir, and we look forward to have you more session from you in future. Yeah, thank you, sir. And on behalf of our institute and from our beloved director, sir, this is a small token of appreciation, sir. We will post it. Kindly share your address with us. So this memento we are just representing. Please accept it. Thank you very much. Thank you. So with this, we ended our second technical session on enterprise, entrepreneur, and different classifications. And I can already see our honorable guest of honor for this event, Sri Vidyut Bihari Swai. Sir has already joined. So a hearty welcome to you, sir, to our this seminar to IIT Bhubaneswar. So I take the honor of introducing right now our guest of honor. Sri Vidyut Bihari Swai joined the Indian Administrative Service in 1988 in the Gujarat cadre. Presently, he is holding the charge of Secretary in the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise. In his 33 years of service, Sri Swai has served in the Gujarat state as well as the central government of India in New Delhi. He has a master's degree in political science from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and a master's in public policy management from the Institute of Social Studies, The Hague, Netherlands. Sri Vidyut Bihari Swai was previously associated with 20 companies and he has an illustrious career. And we are fortunate, sir, for accepting our invitation and our sincere apology, sir. You agreed to the second, reschedule of this seminar, sir. So thank you once again from entire IIT Bhubaneswar student fraternity, faculty fraternity. So now the floor is all yours, sir. Kindly address this August gathering. Thank you very much once again.
So, welcome, Mr. Swine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure. It's a kind of a double pleasure because Bhubaneswar happens to be my hometown on my record, though for a period I became more of a naturalized Gujarati than anything else. But I mean, it is a place where my parents live and obviously has a great place in my heart. And thank you so much, Dr. Raja Kumar, Director IIT Bhubaneswar. It gives me a real pleasure that there is an IIT in Bhubaneswar. I mean, that definitely I feel very proud about it. And I'm quite sure the students would be doing very well. in a wonderfully beautiful city. I'll thank you, Mrs. Das. There is absolutely, it's a great pleasure to join in. I've been asked to give kind of an address. I'll read it out. But if there are any questions or anything, I'll be prepared to take. I have about 20-30 minutes, so no issues on that. If your time permits, of course.
Surely, sir. We would love to hear you.
Absolutely. So, the director of the institute, Professor Avi Kumar, Mrs. Das, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be part of the national seminar on how to start an enterprise. I can see that you have really called in great experts, great academics, who I'm quite sure would be really very, very glad to share their experiences, and they are the best kind of guides on this topic. I understand that the e-cell of IIT Bhubaneswar is an entrepreneurship body aiming at promoting a spirit of entrepreneurship in the academic community of the institute. As you may be aware, in economics, it is said that there are 4 factors of production. I was just listening to the last speaker. He actually changed it. I know I'm talking about the traditional concepts of the 4 factors of production. He said now, of course, this changed with idea and other that, but these are the traditional things of land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is the one who takes the risks and successfully overcomes the uncertainties. She or he is the one responsible for putting the other factors of production together judiciously so that the intended outcome can be achieved. The reward an entrepreneur receives is for the risk he or she takes. Evidently, the role of the entrepreneur is the most crucial in fruitfully carrying out a business. The ministry which I currently work for, the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises in Government of India, is aware of the issues an entrepreneur faces while treading the path, while becoming an entrepreneur, and the subsequent awful task of achieving her or his objective, be it profit maximization or sales maximization, within the bound framework of rising input costs, limited availability of raw materials, inadequate infrastructure, and insufficient accessibility to information and marketing. We are also aware of the hardships faced by entrepreneurs as an aftermath of the pandemic. It is the smaller entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs who were the most adversely affected. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to either deal with the consequences of the pandemic or in setting up an enterprise. The requirements depend on a variety of factors, sector, location, connectivity, to name a few. Therefore, the approach of the Government of India has been a multi-pronged one. You must be aware of the Atmanirbhar announcements made in 2020, specifically for MSMEs. The government's approach has ranged from addressing credit-related issues to those related to technology, and from procurement and marketing to monitoring of delayed payments. The ministry which I work for has been engaged in the promotion and development of MSME sector through what we call the 6 pillars: the new enterprise development and employment generation, credit assistance, technology upgradation, infrastructure and capacity building, procurement and marketing support, skill development and entrepreneurship development training. The 6th pillar aims at training entrepreneurs, including aspiring ones. One of the most important programs for ministry is the entrepreneurship and skill development program. The focus is on building entrepreneurship capabilities. The programs are implemented by our field offices spread across the length and breadth of the country. During the first wave of pandemic, we had set up in our ministry a grievance cum enterprise handholding cell. It's called the Champions Portal. Since June 2020, we received about 42,000 grievances on the Champions Portal. And if the grievances are taken as an indication of the issues faced by enterprises, then credit and technology requirements top the list. There is no denying that micro, small, and medium enterprises have made immense contribution to the growth of the economy, especially in terms of GDP, exports, and employment. MSME units together are capable of constituting a complete supply chain and being globally competitive, thanks to their diverse products, ranging from intermediates to final products. Therefore, it is important to bring more and more enterprises in the organized framework so that they can avail benefits of the ministry schemes and Reserve Bank of India's priority sector loan. In this endeavor, amidst the first wave of COVID-19, we launched the Udyam portal. The registration process in this portal is transparent, hassle-free, and free of cost. I'm glad to say that since 1st July 2020, when the portal was launched, close to 70 lakh enterprises have registered till to date. Every day we get about 20,000 new registrations, and every week, at the end of the week, the calculation is about 1 lakh of new registration which is taking place. This is the first time we are developing a database, a complete database of the enterprises in our country, which are verifiable. The data is verified through cross-checking with the GSTN, the PAN numbers, and it's an excellent system which is now giving us great details for research and policy analysis, and which ultimately backs up the policy decisions of the future. We have a vast network of field offices, including MSME development institutes. The one in Odisha is in Cuttack. There are different branch offices in the state of Odisha. The network of technology centers of our ministry, testing centers and testing stations, and our schemes meant for developing clusters play a crucial role in providing technological support to industries through design and manufacture of tools, providing practical skill development training to unemployed youth and workforce. Besides, our ministry has been working closely with other ministries and departments to facilitate the ease of doing business with MSMEs. We are in the process of overcoming very challenging times. The driving forces which instill resilience, a positive attitude of entrepreneurs, their willingness to take risks, their prudent strategies, their successful identification of products and markets, and their ability to turn adverse situations into opportunities. I wish all of you the very best in your endeavor in becoming flourishing entrepreneurs. My congratulations to the organizers. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we have questions from the audience, both offline and online mode?
I could take up certain questions regarding policies and all, if you feel like. I think for how to become an entrepreneur and the technical details, you have to keep to the experts.
Sure, sir. Sure. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible? Sir, my name is Abhinav, sir. I'm currently in third year. So I guess I wanted to ask, like, regarding the policies itself. So for someone who's just starting, like, what are the government policies we should be looking out to, so that we can take the maximum use of them? What are the main government policies we should be looking out for?
We could, as I told you, typically an entrepreneur. I mean, I did refer to something called, during the COVID period, we started something called Champions Portal. Why I'm talking about Champions Portal is that kind of give us a lot of data regarding what is it that plagues the entrepreneurs and what are the kind of problems which they face. As I told you, 70% of them talked about credit and 30% of them talked about technology. So I would say that for a first-time entrepreneur, these two clearly are the crucial issues. How to get the credit, how to come up with a project which kind of enables him to get the credit, what is the kind of technology he's talking about, what kind of, in a lot of ways, we really don't difference between a startup and a MSc. Frankly speaking, it is all a concept of an entrepreneur trying to do something new, something where he is no longer a job seeker, but he is going to give jobs to other people. This, I think, is a very, very crucial definition of an entrepreneur who is kind of setting up certain thing which will produce wealth and which will give jobs. I will still say the first-time entrepreneur definitely should be looking at not just a question of product, but also how to get a credit. What is the kind of technology he needs to use? These are, I think, the most crucial things.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. This is Srini.
Mr. Senek, slightly louder. I mean, I'm using an iPad
Okay,
because it's a holiday, so maybe it's not coming out very well.
Is that clear? Is that clear now?
Just a little louder. That is.
Okay. No, I just like to know regarding the policy environment for Tier 2 cities, because I see most of the startups are very much prevalent in Tier 1 cities. So what is the future, the policies, particularly on the policy side, focusing on for the Tier 2 cities?
So on the policy side, the fact remains is startup as a subject right now is being dealt with by the Department of Promotion of Industrial Policies and Internal Trade. We do deal with first-time entrepreneurs in general. Our target would be definitely Tier 2. It's not just a question of Tier 2 city. Actually, eventually, we would like to frankly by the Department of Promotion policies and internal trade, we do deal with first-time entrepreneurs in general. Our target would be definitely tied to, it's not just a question of tied to city. Actually, eventually we would like to, frankly speaking, go to every possibilities. Quite a bit of our policies which we run, at least in the ministries which I head, are frankly speaking concentrating much more on the rural areas and also on the areas which we consider to be inaccessible. There are many schemes, plenty of schemes which tries to bring along artisans, try to bring along entrepreneurs. And in a tier 2 kind of a cities, the kind of things which we are trying to bring in, I'll be very frank, I'll share 2 or 3 new schemes which we are talking about. We are trying to bring in a scheme for first-time exporters. You see, exporter is also very much an entrepreneur who is trying to export certain things out of the market. We understand that the first-time exporter in a larger city could have a much higher database or kind of a support mechanism, which might not be possible, let us say, in the smaller towns or in the tier 2 cities, or for that matter, even the rural areas. The first-time exporter scheme would not only give him digital access to a lot of information regarding market, regarding the kind of things which are available, which are the kind of products which are required to be exported. It will also kind of handhold them. It will also talk about their insurance, export insurance, and other factors. So these are the things, these are the kind of, a second scheme which we are trying to bring in is digital, what is called the champion schemes, which will have quite a bit of things about digital literacy. This again is being targeted towards tier 2 cities, not just tier 2 cities, of course, going down to villages and smaller towns as well, which will again be holding hands in on how to tackle with the digital literacy. So strictly speaking, that could not be a specific scheme for, let us say, tier 2 town. But the fact remains is many of the schemes do aim for a much broader and much bigger expansion of the entrepreneurship base. As far as the tier 2 cities are concerned, I look at a great future. I mean, it's already actually happening. It is today quite a bit of startups are not necessarily coming out of metros. They are coming out of tier 2 cities, and tier 2 cities are also offering a kind of lifestyle which is being accepted by the new entrepreneurs. And I would say the tier 2 cities future is also very bright, and it will be definitely within our focus, not just tier 2 cities, but also to go to towns, go to villages. Thank you.
Sir, good morning. This is Shamaja from Millet Magic Foundation.
Yeah.
Sir, from Baripada, Mayurbhanj, if you can.
Oh, ma'am, of course. I've
So
been an advocate of your millet, actually.
Sir, in all these questions, I am so honored to be invited in this part of this kind of platform. I have been listening to all these things. But to you, the question which I am feeling right now is that will benefit it for our students also over here, is that right now with all these shark tanks and all coming up, and with our such beautiful government policies and programs for startup, how we can help these students to understand more of these government programs and funding patterns, which are far better than getting attracted towards these investors, which I feel is not required in the initial days of start.
Ma'am, I think, I mean, you have hit it very correctly. Communication and kind of having extension mechanisms for the things which we do is very important. It exists, it does exist, but I do agree with you, it might not really have the kind of spread which it deserves. There are two things which are working on. I mean, I think beginning with this particular year, you'll find a lot of extension activities will be taken up by the DIs. And we are also working on a particular system where all the organizations which are working or which are our sister organizations also come together in carrying the message. That definitely will be doing. A second thing which we are working on, which will take a little time, is also to what extent we can change our extension mechanisms into local languages. My dream is where my people would be speaking, maybe issuing brochures and circulars in Bhojpuri or for that matter Sambalpuri or any kind of a dialects, anything which is spoken, which is popular, mainline languages. All these things is also part of our ambitions. Let's hope that we succeed in that. I do agree with Ms. Jha quite well. She is, I mean, one of the entrepreneur who have done an exceptionally good work in the Mayurbhanj district. I mean, of creating wonderful products out of millet. I mean, this is something which I personally am very, very proud of, and I do speak everywhere about successes of a particular scheme which has ensured employment to hundreds of women, not just employment, it has turned them into entrepreneurs, micro entrepreneurs maybe, but turned them into that. So I do agree with you, ma'am. I mean, there is a lot to be done in the extension activities, and that will be definitely one of our ambitions.
Thank you so much, sir. And to add up to for all the students, Swine sir has been very, very instrumental in helping all the entrepreneurs. And we have beautiful programs in MSME at India, at the national as well as state level. So anybody interested in entrepreneurship should go for it. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Can we have another question from the audience?
Hello, sir. Myself, Amit Maurya, sir. Sir, I want to ask about, sir, why getting license is very difficult in the fertilizer sector, sir?
Mr. Amit, what I'll do is I'll kind of share my email with you. Fertilizer is not something which I have a great expertise, but my email is vidyutswain@gmail.com. Please do, or Mrs. Das should be, I presume Mrs. Das should be having my email, official mail as well. To frame out your question and send it across to me. Be sure that I'll get it checked up from fertilizer and I'll be giving an answer on that. Thank you.
Sir, one more question. Sir, can you please tell some of the sources that where we can read about these government schemes, and that can definitely we can match up with our sector that we are going to benefit?
What I suggest is do go to our websites. There is normally available. These things are available, or otherwise do take my mail address. Do send it. I'll get my local office to contact you. The office in Kotak will contact you. Do send, and they will be explaining each and every scheme. So do send across. Do send across your queries to me. I'll be very happy to tackle that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from our live audience?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, like the government has issued many guidelines to the state government or the central government organization when they go for procurement to like waiving of certain conditions. So in case MSME feels that the government are not honoring those conditions, so what is the mechanism for them to lodge of the complaint and get a redressal?
See, there are a number of questions about the procurement. The procurements are actually, I mean, this is central government territory, so this was applicable essentially to central government ministries and CPSCs, the central public sector units. We keep, of course, requesting the state governments to bring in similar kind of things, and number of state governments have done similar kind of things. If you have an issue with a specific, right now, I'll be very happy to tell you that 25% is the target for MSMEs, and the last year achievement is actually 28%, which is definitely, I think, on a very positive kind of a line. That the MSME procurement of the CPSC is actually working at 28%, which is above the mandated zone. But if you have any specific issue with any central government ministry or any CPSC, do contact us. Our officers will be contacting them to sort out the issues. So, ma'am, I think if there is any other question, I would like to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have one question from here, from this audience.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. What are the permissions that needed to taken from government to stabilize an enterprise, and how do the permissions vary according to enterprise?
See, it depends quite a bit on the state laws and the local laws. See, what has actually happened is number of states in India have actually already declared that for 3 years you don't need to take any particular permission and you can kind of do it. I'm aware of Assam which has done it. I'm aware of Gujarat which has done it. I'm aware of Rajasthan which has done it. So quite a few states, but it is quite strongly dependent on the state laws and the existing laws. But I really don't think the compliance burden has reduced quite substantially over the last few years, which is consistently being tried by different departments. Different state governments are very much active in this thing. Not many, but then it will again differ. I mean, it differs from exactly which part of the country you are operating on. Because compliance is a very, very state kind of a subject.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And it was a really great pleasure to talk to people sitting in Bhubaneswar. Great pleasure to see you virtually. Next time I'm in Bhubaneswar, I'll take the opportunity of dropping in, calling on you. It will be a really great
Sir.
pleasure to visit your institute.
Sir,
Please, Swainji, please do visit us.
I'll do that.
I'll
I'll do
visit
that,
the
sir. I'll look
institute
forward.
and I'll have.
Definitely like to do.
It'll be a pleasure for me to take you around the campus and showcase this upcoming brilliant campus.
I know.
Possibly.
I mean, I was very much a part of Gujarat when IIT Gandhinagar started and Professor Jain took over there. And it was always a pleasure to work with him on many fronts. And now I know that it has become a beautiful institute. I'm quite sure IIT Bhubaneswar is fully on its way to become the greatest.
It's 1,000 acres and possibly the best campus amongst all the IITs.
I'm quite sure it will be one of the greatest institutes of this country.
So thank you very much for your
Thank
participation.
you so much, and thank you, Ms. Das. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you,
Sir.
dignitaries, and all the ladies and gentlemen, and all people attending it. Thank you so much. Great pleasure.
Sir, one second. From actually our Is Msme team, I want to thank you from bottom of my heart for this interactive session, sir. Wonderful interactive session, and I'm sure our students have learned a lot from you regarding policies and other initiatives from MSME.
Thank you so much, Ms. Das, and please do feel free to share my emails if anybody.
Sure,
has
sir. We will
questions,
do. Yes, yes.
Absolutely welcome. Somebody will be contacting them if they have an issue.
Yes, sir. May I now
Shrine,
request? Yes.
Yeah, dear Sir Shrine, actually it's a pleasure for us. Here is a small token of appreciation. I'm then presenting it. It's the logo of our institute, a memento.
That's so nice, sir. I'll
The
definitely
logo
give
of the institute. So kindly accept it.
I'll do that. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to your continued support. Thank you, everyone. With this, we came to an end to our first half of technical sessions. So we will meet at sharp 1:55 after lunch break, and we will take up the first session of our afternoon. Okay, that's from Sri Manmohan Swai. He is DGM SME, State Bank of India, Odisha, and he will be apprising us regarding funding opportunities from banks. So please be here sharp at 1:55, and this is a request to all live audience, online people who are attending online, students and faculty members. Please join us at 1:55 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. A warm good afternoon to all the participants and all dignitaries who are right now present in person and who are attending through online mode. So we will be having our next session, and the session will be taken by Sri Manmohan Swai. He is the Deputy General Manager, SME, State Bank of India, Bhubaneswar, and he will be apprising us on funding opportunities from banks. I can see sir has already joined. So with your permission, can we start this session, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes. Now I request our student coordinator to introduce our speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to see all of you again. We'll continue today's session with Mr. Manmohan Swain. Mr. Manmohan Swain is a 1988 probationary batch officer in the State Bank of India. He has done MCOM from Sambalpur University and he has done CA IIB. He has started his career as a probationary officer in the State Bank of India, and he has served under various capacities like field officer, branch manager, regional manager in various places. He worked in SBI Foreign Office in Doha, Qatar, as well as SBI Corporate Office in Mumbai. He is currently the Deputy General Manager at the State Bank of India's local head office, Bhubaneswar. And now I request you, sir, to address the gathering before we continue with an interactive session.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and I am very happy that IIT Bhubaneswar has invited me to participate in today's seminar on how to start an enterprise. And I am very thankful to Director of IIT Bhubaneswar, Mr. Rajkumar, and Madam Madhusmita Das to speak on funding opportunity from banks. So I attended in the morning the last two sessions, and what I feel, because all are students of IIT Bhubaneswar, so they have very little experience from finance side, from loan sides.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Can you please switch on your camera? We are not able to see you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Otherwise, you are audible perfectly. Thank you, sir. Just switch on your camera.
Now it is audible, visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So we started. So once again, good afternoon. After lunch, it is very difficult to hold you students. So thank you again to Director of IIT Bhubaneswar, Mr. Rajkumar, and Madam Madhusmita Das for inviting me in this great seminar. It is a great idea of IIT Bhubaneswar to impart knowledge to the prospective new age entrepreneur, and there too engineers of across India. And indeed, it is a great experience. In the morning also, the two speakers already shared their thoughts, and there are many questions to be asked by participants. This platform can be used to address all sorts of doubt of participants. That will be more beneficial. As in the morning, one speaker already told that there are three elements. One is idea, second is people, then third is capital. And as a banker, we will discuss more on that capital side. But I want to say a few points as far as entrepreneur is concerned. What is entrepreneur and what points you need to thought. The skill sets are required for all our students for becoming an entrepreneur. This is there. And in today's scenario, you have technical knowledge, and engineers are the right kind of person who can be more successful entrepreneur because they have technical knowledge. Only they need to acquire business acumen skill. It is a different type of skill. If anybody acquire or develop, so those person will be very, very successful in their business, or you can say their entrepreneurship. So let me highlight few points to become an entrepreneur. You will quickly go through because I have made a 4 slide. I will go mainly about finance part. So that, and after that, I will take as many as questions because you ask a lot of questions because you may be a lot of doubts. So I can clarify. Let me don't start this presentation. Give me 5 minutes. I will touch upon 10 points. What are the 10 points which is very, very important to become a entrepreneur? The first one is traits of a entrepreneur. What does that mean? The leader who can take risks, can organize, can manage, can assume the risks of business to earn profit. That is the first trait of good entrepreneur who can take risks. He must be a leader. The second one is idea generation and opportunity selection. As in the morning also, our one professor already said, the idea generation is, because we are talking about startup. So idea generation is very, very important. And what opportunity you are selecting, that is more important. And then third one is type of business organizations. Type of business organization means in whatever business we are doing in our society, that is classified in 6-7 categories. One is sole proprietorships, second is partnership, third is limited liability partnership, then HUF, Hindu undivided family, then the next company, that is one private sector company, and second is public sector, then trust, then cooperative society. So these are the business types of business organization in which business are being done. Then fourth one is approvals required by business organization. This is very, very important, and this is very tough. In the morning, somebody asked to MSME secretary also, what are approvals, what are registrations are required. But nowadays, government is relaxing in all the norms. And this is basically registrations, maybe shops and establishment registrations. And if it is company, then MCA registration in MCA site, the company registrations. And nowadays for MSME, that Udyam registration number, you have to apply so that your unit will be registered in government side. So next, fifth one is marketing management, which is very, very important. Whatever you want to do, if you are not doing a service, then if you are doing a business, then marketing management is top most important. Top most important. How you want to market your product. Before you go for marketing of your product, you have to identify your customers. Who are the customers you will market your product? And to market your product, you have to design your product. You have to design your product. Then pricing will come. At what price you will market your product? Then you have to sell your product. Then you have to promote your product. Otherwise, who will take your product? Then another important thing, how you will distribute your product. If you manufacture your product, then if you will not able to distribute it among the customer and across the geography, you will not achieve your sales target. So sixth one is capacity assessment, which is very, very important. Suppose you have an idea, you have produced some items, but at what capacity you want to produce it? It may be 1 lakh units, it may be 2 lakh units, it may be million, it may be billion. So you have to assess how much production you are going to do. And then you have to assess what is the install capacity, what is the capacity utilization. That will come into picture. Then 7, the product costing and pricing, that I have already told, that what is the cost of the product. If you manufacture and the cost of the product is more than it is available from other market, then it is no need to produce those products. If you purchase and assemble those products and sell it below price, which is available in the market, so that you can earn some profit, then that is break-even analysis. Break-even analysis is a technical term, which is the cost, because we are selling the product to earn profit. If we are selling some quantity of items and earning nothing, that is called break-even. Suppose by selling 1,000 units, I am able to achieve my expenses only. I am not getting any profit. But if I sell 2,000 items, something I am getting. So that level 1,000 is called break-even. At what point of time? Minimum selling of the units, that is called break-even. You have to sell minimum that many items so that you will be not in a loss. Then next is a 9th, sources of fund. That is 2 sources of fund. One is debt, another is equity. In the morning also we have discussed. We will elaborately discuss that. That is equity and debt, which is very, very important. Then last, but not the least, that is project report preparation. When you are going to start a business, then you have to prepare a project. Project is nothing what you are going to do. What type of business? What is the economic viability? What is the technical feasibility? How costing will be there? How much profit you will earn? At what level your break even you will achieve? That all data information you have to incorporate it in your project report preparation. That is short term. If you ask any chartered accountant and any businessman, they will tell, we are telling that report called DPR, detailed project report. Whenever some businessman is coming to our bank, we are telling whether you have prepared your DPR or not. That means detailed project report. So now I request IIT team to this. I want to show that our presentation. So, my dear students, I have actually because the focus is on startup. Okay, so startup means what? We are doing banking. We are doing since 1806. Our bank is already 216 years old. From the very beginning, we are giving loans and taking deposits also from the customers. There is nothing, something new to providing loans to startups. Startups means that is English words. We have introduced that starting, because anything, if some kirana shop is opened, he is also starting the business. But only difference, what I am finding now technology is playing very important role. So whatever few startups have already contacted also, what they are doing business, but they are putting technology into their business. So it is very, very viable, and something, if some idea is clicked, so they are earning a lot. Means that the economies of scale they are acquiring, they are achieving. So I have jotted down 4 schemes in which all banks are financing to our businessmen, which is a very good scheme. That is also government is also providing what do you say, that is incentives. So I want to share this scheme so that you must know this is the right time. You should have some idea what type of schemes banks are offering. So we will go to next slide. That this is Mudra. This is very, very famous loan, and as you know, this is our current Prime Minister launched this program in the year 2015. So the main is thing that non-farm activities. So for manufacturing, trading, and services, up to 10 lakhs we will give the loans to everybody. There is no discriminations. So the facility bank are providing. So the term loan and working capital. For term loan, it is for that plant and machineries, and for working capital, that is for day-to-day expenses. We are financing working capital also. So in this Mudra, government has classified that 3 type of loans. That first one, Sisu, up to 50,000, and after that Kishore 50 to 5 lakh, then Tarun 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. Then here repayment period, that for working capital, that is always repayable on demand, but in term loan, which is acquiring for fixed assets, that is varies from 3 years to 5 years. And collateral here, there is nil. I want to share this thing. Up to 10 lakhs, you no need to offer any collateral. Collateral means when you are asking a loan from any financial institutions, so banks are asking for a collateral security, means your property, maybe land, building, maybe any financial security also, like term deposit, insurance policies. So these are the things banks are asking to safeguard their advances, loans. So here up to 10 lakhs, we are not taking any collateral security for giving loans to the customers. Next. This is Stand Up India. In the morning, one participant has asked this question also. The Stand Up India schemes, this is mainly focused schemes, that is for SC, ST and women entrepreneurs. Government has given special thrust. In this scheme, the up to 1 crore we can give loan, and that is the another feature of the scheme is greenfield enterprise, means that is startup, the new business, new idea, new factory, whatever new, not existing units financing, that we are called them brownfield enterprise. What is greenfield? Mean new setup, new enterprise. So this is the scheme we are doing for women entrepreneurs and SC, ST beneficiaries. This is starting from 10 lakhs to 1 lakhs. Up to 10 lakhs, that is Mudra. And from 10 lakhs to 1 lakh, that is Stand Up India. So the type of facilities are same, almost term loan and working capital. And repayment period is also maximum up to 7 years. In 7 years, you have to repay the loans, and collateral security here also nil. There is no collateral security is required. And for applying this loan, there is a website of SIDBI, Stand Up India portal, namely standupmitra.in. So through this portal, anybody can apply this loan. They can avail this facility also. Next. This is our very ambitious scheme of Government of India, that is called Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. This is basically for generation of job. Government is wanting that our entrepreneur, our businessmen should set up a manufacturing industry or services industry also, so to generate employment in rural and urban areas. So the eligibility is, 18, above 18 year, anybody can, there is no income ceiling, no restrictions. Anyway, everybody is eligible under these schemes. And this is very successful scheme of Government of India also. That is the maximum 25 lakhs can be financed under manufacturing sector and 10 lakhs under trade and service sector. Repayment period is 3 years to 7 years. Collateral security. Here also there is up to 10 lakh, no collateral security. Up to 10 lakh, RBI has already instructed no collateral security will be asked from the entrepreneurs. And here in this scheme, 15 to 35% of the project cost is the subsidy which can be available to the entrepreneur by the government, depending upon their category. For general, it is different. For OBC, SC, ST, there is different percentage of subsidies are there. So that is 35%. It is a very big amount. And we are financing few new new activity under PMAGP also. But that is that application routed through state government, the DIC office, District Insurance Center, GMDIC office. Those applications are routed through the banks, and we are financing also. Next. Yeah, this is called CGT MSc. This is very, very important. You all must know this. This is one trust created by Government of India, providing, this is Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises. And this is for collateral free loan to all our MSME customers. Without up to 2 crore, no need to give any collateral for taking loans. But what you have to pay, that is called guarantee fees. Guarantee fees of 2.3% of the loan amount you have to pay per annum for availing this facility. Bank will give you loan up to 2 crore without any collateral, but the guarantee fee, this trust, CGT SME, the trust will charge a guarantee fees of 2.3% of your loan amount to cover your loan. If loan goes bad, the money will be given by the CGT MSE to the concerned banks. So here government has given this facility. This is now slowly we have seen our MSME customers are using this scheme very extensively. Slowly the coverage of all MSME customers are increasing day by day. And nowadays, if you have heard the budgets and all other announcement of Government of India and Reserve Bank of India, so they are mostly going for this guarantee, the guarantee scheme, guarantee provided by the central government, so that the loan can be easily available to the entrepreneur or businessman. So this scheme, we can finance to any activity. We are financing also. They are above 2 crore. Now, the thing is that the above 2 crore, we are doing balanced financing. Anyhow, we are financing this up to 2 crore. We are giving loan to 10,000 crore, 20,000 crore also. So above 2 crore, we are providing loans on the basis of balance sheet and collateral also. Above 2 crore, banks are asking collaterals. So this is a very good scheme, which I request you can spread also, and all banks are giving also loans under this scheme. So next. Thank you. So now I request all participants, whatever you have doubt regarding banking system, you can ask, because I want to listen from you, because I don't know at what level your knowledge is there. So that's why I rapidly finished these schemes, so that I can take your question. What in your mind, what is going on? What do you want, and what do you want to understand from banking side?
Hello, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session. It got a lot more information than we needed. Now we request the audience to ask some questions. We have live audience and from the Google Meet, MS Teams Meet also.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vishwada Hazari, a second year student. So, what is the top scheme of sectoral banking mutual funds ranked by last 5-year returns?
Sorry, that the mutual fund. Sorry, I could not hear. Actually, mutual fund you are asking?
Yes, sir.
Mutual fund, actually, everybody's, all funds are doing good. So, State Bank is having also, I think, 9-10 schemes. You see, in mutual fund, it is depend on your risk appetite. You know, risk appetite you are understanding. This risk appetite means how much risk you can take. That means in equity, in share market, if you put your money, it is not necessary that within 1 year or 2 years, it will give some return. It is not like bank fixed deposit. Bank deposit is 100% assured. Whatever we are writing in our receipt, suppose 6% rate of interest, whenever customer is coming to our branch and demand their money, we are returning with that interest without any argument. But in mutual fund or share market, it is not like so. Every day rate is there, demand supply is there. NAV, in case of mutual fund, there is a NAV. Whatever NAV is there, you will get back that much money only. So good that we have some hybrid equity fund also, and equity fund also SBI mutual fund. You can that is doing good. Yeah. Any other question?
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Rohit Sharma, second year student, master student at IIT. So my question is, you told in one of the scheme in PMEGP that the subsidies are also provided. So sir, can you share some of the info, like how the subsidies are provided?
How the subsidies available?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See. Nowadays, I will share more also. This is good. That actually one of it is good that you are seeing this knowing mutual fund also. That is good. It is better than investing directly in share market because mutual fund is somehow lesser riskier than share market. And this subsidy is a very, very important area. And government is trying to help our MSME customers in a different way. They are coming up for they have coming of a policy on startup also, because as in the morning also some speaker spoken that there is government is thinking how to help startup. Actually, startup is recently it is coming. We have given name startup because in this startup came in your internet digital side. It has come in. If you go for physical side, there is that cannot be a startup, because if you want to manufacture something, so the existing item you can be manufacture only, but you can start a business in services area. Also, new item if you can manufacture. What I want to share one point. I will come on to your subsidy also. But I request you think. I am also thinking how still now we are importing commodities from outside country. You know how much we are paying. How much we are paying to outside country. This is a very, very great area. You people should give attention. Why we are importing? And we're still telling we are not getting any jobs. Why? We are importing some items. We are not able to produce those items in our country. And we are telling we are unemployed. We are not getting jobs. Who will give jobs? We should develop. You are engineers. You should develop some technology which is very less costly, very competitive. Then we can start exporting rather importing. Nowadays, foreign countries are blackmailing us. You know, we are importing fertilizer. Why we are importing fertilizer? India is not able to produce fertilizer. We are depending outside country. We have already spent, I think, how many? 73, 74 years. But we are not able to still produce fertilizers. So I want to appeal all my friends to think, to develop something on for this segment. Whatever we are importing, kindly start startup. Government will come with you. Bank will come with you. Bank is also, because we are public sector bank, whatever schemes government of India or state government is giving, we are implementing those schemes. That scheme PMEGP is the government of India scheme. We are implementing. So my take is that you can start thinking on those lines. Why we are importing commodities? So regarding subsidy, can you mute? Actually, your voice is not audible. Let me finish that subsidy answer. That subsidy, Mr. Rohit has asked. Subsidy bank government is helping all our MSME customer or other customer by subsidizing the entrepreneurs. Means when you are investing some amount by starting one unit or enterprise, you are spending money. So government is taking some share of your expenses by subsidizing. Means suppose you spend 10 lakhs, so government will give you 3 lakhs of subsidy. So that is a direct benefit to the entrepreneur. So in the subsidy, when you take the loan, a bank will claim to the government that that particular customer has availed the loan, so kindly release the subsidy to his account. So from government account, it is coming to your loan account. We are crediting those subsidy amount to your loan account, which is operating in our bank.
Sir, can you please throw some light on the certificate deposits, about the certificate deposits available in the SBI? Like, what is it like?
Certificate
TDs?
deposit.
Yeah.
Certificate deposit, ma'am, actually that is one instrument, but that is not very famous, no? Certificate deposit, what? That we are taking fixed deposit.
Okay. I think it's something different. Okay.
Certificate deposit is there. If you go, we have also read that, but that is not very famous, no? Certificate of deposit, that is for big customers, and they are also not utilizing nowadays.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Surkan
Hello, sir.
Ramaredi. I'm a second year student.
Sir, am I audible? No?
Yes, audible. You can ask directly the question. Don't introduce yourself.
Yes, sir.
Sit
I am
also and
eligible.
please sit.
Sir, I
You
am
ask directly
eligible
question, you
for
will
a
save
Prime
the
Minister
time.
Employment Generation Scheme.
Yeah.
Sir, I am eligible for Prime Minister Employment Generation Scheme. So
Yes,
I want to know.
everybody is eligible.
Sir, my question is, to whom should I approach? Means it is written that I have to contact a state director, right? So should I approach him directly, and with what documents? Like what kind of project report I have to submit there?
No, see, I already told that they have a established mechanism, because this scheme has started, I think, already 20 years now. And before that, name were different. That you must have heard PMRY, Pradhan Mantri Rozgar Yojana. And it is coming, renaming also. We are doing renaming. But because in one district, there is one office called District Industry Center. District Industry Center, one office is there. One GM is heading that office. In that office, all type of industry, all type of industrial work is being done. So you have to contact in that office, and there is one application. If you fill, and they have their field officer also. Suppose you are living in a Tehsil place, so they are also taking from those area also. They have their field staff. Otherwise, in DIC office, you can fill up the form, and it is online. It is online available also. But if it is better to contact DIC office, if you have some, you want to do some projects, so it is better to contact your DIC office. They will help you.
The speaker who was doing as of now, he is having some technical issues, so maybe we can give him some time later. So now it would be Dr. Basab Chakrabarti who would be taking the session for you. He will be joining in a short while. Please stay tuned.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Basab Chakraborty. Dr. Basab Chakraborty is an associate professor of Rajendra Mishra School of Engineering Entrepreneurship at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He obtained his Masters of Science from IIT Kharagpur in 1993 and his PhD degree from IIT Madras in 1999 with a specialization in surface science and catalysis. Between 1999 and 2012, he served the R&D effort of India's industry leader in energy storage. He has a rich experience in process development and applied research in the organization. He has been with IIT Kharagpur since 2013. His research interests include energy storage, heterogeneous catalysis, new material for energy storage, renewable energy management and networking, the relevance of smart grid in the Indian perspective, smart meter data analytics and electric vehicles. He was awarded the Excellent Young Faculty Award by IIT Kharagpur in 2017. He also received CSIR Project Assistantship and Institute Fellowship from the Indian Institute of Technology Madras in 1993. He is presently a member of the CII National Committee on Future Mobility and Battery Storage. Dr. Basab regularly evaluates the process of all startups funded in the PRISM project. He periodically visits the sites of startups to carry out technical fund utilization audits and submit reports to DSIR. He is involved in planning, conceptualizing, and facilitating the incubation in the Calcutta Extension Center and Calcutta Research Park as co-PI of the project titled IIT Kharagpur Research Park, Calcutta. Incubation has been initiated. He regularly interacts with the students for evaluating and improving their ideas on the new products. Now I request Dr. Basab Chakraborty to address the gathering.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor Das. It's honor, definitely an honor in speaking over the crowd, this august crowd at IIT Bhubaneswar. We also do have a e-cell at IIT Kharagpur, and I think you know that we do actually hold annual meetings through e-cell and all, and we get a lot of participation throughout the country. So as you have seen in my career, I mean, till now I have mostly served in the industry, R&D. So I'm more into industry than into academics still. I mean, if you can consider the ratio of the number of years of my experience. And if you see that what I work with, energy storage, basically energy. I mean, let's not go into the details. So that has no bearing with what I will be talking today. So I am not sure whether I am the right person for this session or not. But since Madam asked me to tell something, so fine. I will be. I'm always there with the student because my experience. I'll only speak from my experience. My experience, which includes mentoring students at IIT Kharagpur for pitching their ideas in front of the financiers, and also evaluating certain projects, sitting in committees along with the angel investors to find out whether it's, I mean, whatever the project they have come up with is suitable for funding or not. So basically, I will be considering these two, and of course some of the basics of what is required to get a funding. I'll be focusing on that part in today's lecture. So with your kind permission, since I'm speaking from home, being a Saraswati Puja, it's a holiday for us. I'm not sure about the bandwidth in the BSNL network I have at my hometown. So I'll just switch off the video. I don't think it will be a problem because anyway I'll be sharing the slides. So you'll be seeing the slides only. So no need to see me, I think. So
No problem,
so I'm
sir.
just
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So is the presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes,
So,
sir.
yeah. So it's on budgeting and business planning, and of course, that broad topic today is how to start an enterprise. I'm sure you have, sorry, you've heard a lot about how to start an enterprise today since the morning, because you have very good speakers I saw in the panel. So um, I'm sure that my work is, uh, I mean, I'm less trained actually in speaking because most of the things are being covered. But still, uh, as you know that this entrepreneurship and innovation, these are the two buzzwords. These buzzwords are, conquering the not only our country. I mean, of course, it conquered the entire world first, and then it came to our country. And we are, I think, the ministry is also. I mean, they are pushing it very hard so that this country, I mean, to prosper actually economically, you need to have a lot of enterprises, a lot of startups, and the Indians or people who are studying in good institutes, or even people outside, even the school dropouts, college dropouts, they can also come out with new enterprises, create jobs for others, and come up with new ideas. I mean, that would be fantastic for fantastic business ideas. Now, when it comes to innovation, we don't nowadays loosely use the term innovation. We have learned already to distinguish between innovation and creativity, and we tell something, or we define something as innovation or as an innovative idea. We have seen that if and only if that has some value to the market. Value means, I mean, in terms of cash. I mean, it's not some any other value. Of course, whatever the value is, that ultimately has to be translated into money. Otherwise, that innovation has no value. So we are, I mean, whether it's correct or not, or initially or in the past, what was the meaning of innovation, we'll not go into that particular controversy. But in today's world, we call something as an innovation if it can be productized and we can earn something out of that. That's very simple. So now, so for a business planning, I mean, that's what you see, the budgeting and business planning. So what are the basic tools of business planning? Now, the basic tools of business planning are 5. Okay? Of course, I won't be covering all the 5, but basically it's a business model, the mission statement, timeline of product development, including QFD. Okay, that's quality functional deployment, budgeting, and financial planning. So these 5 things, these 5 topics have to be there in your, I mean, in your pitch. When you are bringing something to a financier, whether it's whatever form it is, be it an angel investor or some VC, or whoever it is, these 5 things should be very clear in his mind. Okay. Now, I'll just start with the business model. Mission statement I will not cover. And of course, it's not possible to do the product development, though in fact, I teach product development and quality part, because one thing you should remember, my friends, that product development is a very tough job and it's a pure engineering job to convert customer voices into measurable quantities, into dimensions and matrices with its proper units and all. Okay, so that you get an idea of what specifications to derive in a particular product. That's very important. Not only that, this QFD part, that's a quality part of the product, that has to be deployed from the first day. We generally, in very matured organizations, we try to implement it by implementing the house of quality from day one. Okay, now if you want to adopt ISO norms and other quality norms in big organization. This house of quality helps it in a big way. I mean, of course, most of the quality concepts came from Japan, because I mean that's actually we consider them as a guru of quality. So I also work with them when I worked in some Indian organization, because we were their suppliers. We knew that how difficult their quality norms are, and it's really useful. Okay, so just remember that for any product you try to develop, we have to keep in mind one thing, that other than the whether the product works or not, if it works also, it has to be sustainable. The quality has to be sustainable. Same quality product, we should ensure that same quality, the product which will produce same functions, similar functions without any distortion, should come out from the production line or assembly line, whatever you say. Okay, whatever be it. So that quality should not be distorted. So that is very important. And many a times, if it is a hardware product, if it is a tools, or I mean, hardware means, you understand, I mean, not a software product. So anything other than software product, the financer is also concerned about the quality. He will tell that what are the measures you are taking this to ensure good quality. So that's very important. Now, as far as the business model is concerned, business model has become very, very important nowadays, particularly with the advent of open innovation. Okay, now when it was a closed innovation, and it used to be carried by very big companies who could afford to work with the best people globally, like say AT&T Bell Lab, okay, or the Mobile Group, or the Shell Group, the Unilever, Bayer, Germany. You'll be seeing that these types of organizations, they have, I mean, they have produced even Nobel laureates. Okay, being companies, some of them have produced Nobel laureates. So you can understand that how serious they have taken basic research. Okay, so they could afford to do basic research. But nowadays, in most of the organizations globally, you'll be seeing that the innovation is rather an open innovation. So the pattern those companies used to follow, classical companies, were closed innovation. So their business model was almost the same for all, with some tweaking here and there. But for open innovation, the business model is, particularly when you combine the internal research outputs with external ideas. Okay, so and deploy both these ideas, then the business model needs to be created, because this model will act as a very useful framework to link the technical discussions, or to transform, you can say, these technical decisions to economic outcomes. Okay. Now, although the term, this business model, is usually applied in the context of entrepreneurial firms, it also has value in understanding how companies of all sizes can convert this technological potential into some financials numbers. Okay. Now, firms, they can create value from their new technology in various ways. Like, for example, you incorporate this technology in your current business. Okay. Whatever business you are running, you get a new technology from outside, as you do from open innovation, where ideas move internally from outside, and you just adopt it into your new technology. So that's a way you can rather capture. So for that, one business model will be there. You can also, if you have come out with a total new technology, you can license it. Instead of transforming it into product, you can license the technology to other firms. Okay, of course, parallel you can produce also. That's also there. But for that type of licensing, you need to have a different business model. You can also, for example, launch new venture that exploit that technology in new business areas. Okay, so total new ventures. So again, for that you need to construct a different business model. Okay, now what are the functions of business model? Now the functions of business model, or they are basically to find out or to identify the target market, number one. Number two, to articulate the value proposition of the particular product. That's the value created by the users, okay, by offering based on the technology. Number three, to define the farm's value chain, which is actually required to create and distribute the offering. And number four, you can say to estimate the cost structure and the target margins of producing the offering. If you have the value proposition and value chain structure in position, then you have the networking part, that's we call value network, and the competitive strategy. Now, this what you are seeing in the slide, this is basically it's a cognitive mapping of the business model across the domains. So you have the technical inputs there, the feasibility, the performance, and various other measures. You can talk of like capacity, speed, function, so many other technical inputs are there. And ultimately, through this business model, what to derive? We derive the economic outputs. Okay. Now, economic outputs means that's basically value to the customer, the prices. You can talk of warranties. You can talk of support. Yes. Any question?
Rewrite the image 20 times and.
Huh? Yes, any question?
No, sir, you can go ahead with the.
Oh, it's a noise. Fine, no problem. Sorry. So, so the economic output. So even you can talk of the distribution channels. There is some noise coming. Yeah, can it be muted? Okay, thank you. So okay. So this is what when we talk of business model. Now, why I took up this? If you look at the histories of big, just a single company, if you just go home and look back at different cases available for the company called Xerox, you'll be seeing that so many types of business model they have used. Okay? They have failed in certain cases, but even they failed to identify certain markets which their competitors brought in. So business model is very, very important. So unless and until you identify your own business model, you cannot go to the investor, because there's the first thing he will ask for, what is the business model you have. Okay? So you have to show him correctly that you just cannot mesmerize him with the technical inputs. Technical, fine, it's very good, excellent science and technology you have done. But what is the economic benefit? So you require a business model to transform that into the economic output. So this is very important. Next, you need to develop the product. So that goes to the generic product development with different stages of product development, starting from planning up to the production ramp up with different gates and the outputs being different. For planning, it's mission approval. For concept development, it's concept review. For system level design, it's you come up with a system specification. You come up with a critical design review after the detailed designing. Then you come up with production approval after testing and refinement. That is after the P2 trial mostly. And then you come up with the production ramp up. And you see as we go, here it tapers. The entire curve tapers because your risk goes down. So when you plan, before planning actually was the ideation. So I didn't go into that part. That is, even planning is known as a stage 0 of product development. But when you come from planning, in planning stage, there is the risk is very high because you don't know whether it will be successful or not. The product transformation, whether the ideas can be rightly transformed to a product or not. So as we go down, as we generally filter out the ideas, filter out the concepts, filter out the system designs, we ultimately lower the risk of the company also. I mean, that's what is the significance of this tapering figure shown below. Now, of course, we have gone to the investor for capital because that's the lifeblood of the new venture. So you need to convince him that we have been building a wonderful business that will soon multiply investment many times. So that's important. And if he's impressed, he will make you happy and tell that he will fund you. So that's what you require at this stage. Okay. Now, if you see your the financials, you'll see the revenue part is only positive. Okay, whatever money you are getting by selling your product, whatever is coming from the customer end, that's only positive. Other than that, all the other things like the development cost, the ramp up cost, the marketing and support cost, production cost, there are many others. So they are all in the negative cash outflow. This is dangerous situation. We should remember that. So unless and until we get the money, we sell the product and get the money, not only selling, we need to realize the money from the product. Many companies have sold the product but not realized the money. Something has happened wrong. I will give you examples. So, and it has died. It has died a very premature death. So in that case, you will run negative. Okay. So sales revenue is the only positive aspect. So this curve, and you see, this is a typical S curve of any startup. Okay. So if you just follow this cursor, you'll see it starts from here and it goes up. I mean, it's actually not like that. Okay, it has lots of humps and bumps inside. I'm not going into the details of that, and because each stage goes through different type of innovation. Some does product innovation, some does production innovation, some does innovation or marketing. Okay. So at different stages of a product life cycle, if you consider this S curve as a product life cycle, it undergoes different types of innovations at different points of time. So we'll not go into the details, of course, but definitely you see you have stopped it at a plateau area. But mind you, it doesn't stop there. Okay, anything which has taken birth will die, like us. So a product which had a birth will also die. So you should be very sure of that. Okay. Now after this plateau, actually it goes down, and ultimately at a time it again meets the x-axis. So this part you will rarely see in books. Generally, product life cycle people try to show as normal S curve, but it is not so. Okay. So now in this S curve, you will see that the initial part, that's when from ideation you transform it to a product and then you launch it in the market, the entrepreneurs are very important. And at the end, where it is becoming a plateau, again the entrepreneurs are very important. In between, or what happens, lot of VCs come, lot of corporate sectors come, and they just take over you. Okay, they just purchase. Okay, they purchase. I mean, in whatever form it is. I'll come into that later. So where in this S-curve entrepreneurs are important, or you guys are important? Initial stage during the entry, because you are only coming up with the new idea, and this stage where is the exit stage, where a good entrepreneur will exit, leaving it to the corporates to manage. Okay, and they will leave and they will again go and start a new enterprise. So now they will rather start a new S-curve than continuing with this particular S-curve. So that's why this S-curves, I mean, it's represented as S-curve, but as I told you, it's not very correct. In the product development cash flow, this is very important. Now, we should know that here, of course, this investment is negative when you just mirror it across. This we make it positive. So you see, this is the operating cost, and this is the sales revenue, and here is what we call as the operating profit. Okay. Now this will come later on, but you have to have something in mind like that. I mean, that when when can an operating profit, when can you start making profit? Number one. For that, what you require to find out is the break-even time. So this is your investment, this is your operating cost, and this is your sales. So you need to find out your operating cost. Okay. So after how much time of your operation, you will come to this point where the investment curve and the operating cost will meet, and that is known as the break-even time. Okay. Between this and this break-even time, we call it the payback time, and before that is the development time, where actually you are on the development. That means you have not pitched for money and all, or you are starting, or you are you're planning to get funded. Okay, so that is basically we call it a development time. You are developing in-house some product by integrating ideas or whatever, in whatever form you want to actually. Okay. Now, for what purposes a startup requires money? Now, for budgeting, this is important. Why you want money? They'll ask you. These are this investors ultimately, since if they are putting their own hard-earned money, these angel investors and all, they'll ask you many hard questions. Okay, so once you're ready with the product, why you need fund? That's number one, to create the infrastructure. Okay. So they will tell you why you need to create infrastructure. You are not sure that the product will be successful or not. You have to be ready with the answer. Second, the working capital. Now, how you are calculating working capital? How can you know? Show me your calculations on working capital. So important. You have to show them. Otherwise, you will not get funding. Okay. Sales promotion. Now, how you require money to promote sales? No doubt about that. How will you go about that? I cannot cover all these points. I didn't make slides also for all, because in 1 hour so much cannot be done. But these are the basic things: brand and building, logistics, post-sale service. If there is service, in most of the products there is service today. So there also you have to plan for either human resource or whatever resource for post-sale service, and that you need to also account for. Okay, when you ask money. Employee benefit. So you will be working with employees. So you need to think of the benefits. If they leave you, then the entire thing is you're drowned. Website or app development. Team hiring. You need to have a good team around. Otherwise, to make it successful, there is no doubt. Legal and consulting services for your startup. You need to have licenses and certifications, particularly if it's a food product. Okay, these certificates are very, very important. If it is some product where you have alcohol above a certain percentage, okay, you require to have licenses. Even for during this COVID and all, if you want to make hence the sanitizers and all, for example, you may want to make a startup on sanitizers, you need to have licenses because it's an alcohol-based product. Then if it's pharmaceutical, any pharmaceutical this product, you require to have certificates from different agencies. If your product is inflammable type, then you need to have certain other certificates. Then you have, of course, the pollution control board and all, so many things. So you require money. It's a huge amount of money. I mean, people generally drop these things. That they think, okay, just I will put money for making this particular. No, for selling it, you require this. You require license. You require certificates. If you don't have an ISO certificate, you will not sell. If it's a hardware product. So these things are important. So these are the purpose. I mean, this is how all these things have to feature in budget. I cannot show a particular budget because for products it will vary. That's why, I mean, I'm telling that the general requirement for budgeting are these things. Then the marketing and sales, the whatever expenses you will incur for that. You require office space and other administrative expenses also. So you require money for all these things. Okay, now whatever is your product, based on that you will decide. So typically, expenses before going to the market will include it's the left hand side, mind you, not the right hand side. Okay, the left hand side table, all are done in Excel sheet. So you just see It's hourly salary. It is all in lakhs. So 100 lakhs. Sorry, 100,000, all in thousands. It's 1 lakh. For market research, you require 40,000. Prototyping, design of logo, etc. Traveling, legal expenses, trial expenses, advertising and promotion, rent, utilities, website and hosting, internet data plan, telephone bill, insurance. Insurance is not the thing. It was not there in the previous table, but it's very important. Consumables. So these are all the preliminary and pre-operative expenses. We call prel and pre-op. Okay. So this this numbers. I mean, don't be serious on these numbers. So this is some numbers I have put because I should not keep it vacant. That's why. So this is a typical way that how you show that these are the preliminary and pre-operative expenses I require. Now, this right hand side is basically the balance sheet. Okay. So this I think I have shown it in the next slide. No, not in the next slide. So this slide only. Anyway, so so what you have, you cash in hand, you have 1 lakh. Inventory, you have 6 lakhs. Other current assets, you have 1.5 lakhs. You have machinery, you have computer, software, each having. So total investment, which includes this preliminary and pre-operative expenses, plus this expenses, that is 600 plus 700 plus 150, that is 850, and plus this 2630, that this includes the preliminary and pre-op. When preliminary and pre-op plus all these things make 2630, and 2630 plus, sorry, plus this 850, it makes 3480. So approximately you require 34 lakhs 50,000 for this particular project. So and what's the balance sheet? You're asking for a fund of 34 lakhs 80,000, of which the owners themselves will give I mean 20 lakhs. Investors, no investors till now, and through crowdsourcing you have generated certain money. Okay, like 8 lakh 30,000. So these are the different ways, the different sources of getting money. The one of them is crowdsourcing. I think you're very familiar with these terms. I had actually elaborative slides on that. I just erased those because I think they are not required for you. So you know them, I'm sure. If you don't know them, you can know it because it's there everywhere now. So this is a typical, this is how a balance sheet, the right hand side looks like, and the left hand side represents the more or less what we call is the preliminary and pre-operative expenses. Now, what are the sources and what are the uses of capital? Now, this is the balance sheet. So you see this equity and liabilities. This you see the right hand side table. This liabilities, owners, investor, crowdsourcing. So you see this equity and liabilities. This owners equity, equity capital, reserves and surplus. And the liabilities include preferential capital or the preference capital, not the preferential, sorry, preference capital, the trade payable or the creditors, the short-term debt and the long-term debt. So these are the debt that it has the debt funds and other equity funds and all those things. Okay. Now, if you see the, it's recent, till December 2021, it has been updated. You see in this is the global scenario. Actually, the private equity participation in entrepreneurship that leads. Okay, that is maximum. And interestingly, you see during the pandemic, when things were all closed down, actually this has taken leaps. Okay, this has gone up by leaps and bounds. So in fact, in all, whether it's an angel investor or IM investment management or the corporate and CVC, private equity, VC, whoever it is, you see that the investment in is increasing, particularly in 21. The leap it has taken, that is a quantum jump it has taken. Okay, so from this $24 million to $35 million. So it is the private equity share that has actually taken over the other forms of investment. So these are the different forms of investment available. So angel investors, you have VCs, you have asset and investment management, the corporate and CVC, and the private equity. Okay, and other small other forms are also there. Now, this is the curve in the life of an entrepreneur. Now you need to decide initially that whether you have the passion enough to become an entrepreneur. It's a tough life, no doubt. Knowing well that few will succeed, but so you have to have the right passion. And if you have found a solution to any problem or any pain of any of the society or individual or a group, of course, you can decide to be an entrepreneur. And but again, I mean, you have to decide that you have to have some sort of family support, because I have seen in my student base at even at IIT Kharagpur or even from outside, that due to peer pressure and family pressure, they sometimes buckle after moving for quite a while, say 1 or 2 years. They decide to retreat, quit, and settle in life. So I have seen lots. So this decision has to be very firm. Once you do that, you put your own money for the ideation and the initial experimentation in the, you can use the laboratories. I mean, that's why the institutes are a very good place where you'll have free access to labs. You can catch hold of any faculty or a group of faculty who will help you or mentor you in this respect. And then you take the help of family friends. Okay. So what stage? This ideation, market research, and prototype building. So if you cannot, because it is very difficult to get funding at this particular stage, very few funding agencies will fund you, excepting 1 or 2 government ones. I'll come to that. So, so it's better to get money from your families and friends. Equity you can get, but it's rare. This is followed by product development and validation, where you define the value proposition and the product differentiation part. So there, and sometimes you go for company registration. So there the incubators and accelerators come in. You incubate your company, you register your company, okay, and here it's the right place to get crowdfunding. Okay, crowdfunding they have raised actually. I read it somewhere, but I just can't remember. If I tell you, it might be wrong, so I'll refrain from that. But recently, that crowdfunding agency, they have raised a lot of money in last year, 2021. I don't remember the exact value. So they're a good source. If they find it's interesting, they will fund. Okay. Then you have the go-to-market strategies, where the infrastructure for product or service creation is required. So huge investment. Set up logistics for both inputs and sales. Begin the awareness campaign. Recruit the manufacturing, marketing, and service personnel. Build shopping portal. Set up payment gateway. So all these things. I mean, here you really require huge amounts of funds, and that's where actually many people fail. So here the angel investors, the high net worth individuals, and early stage venture capitalists, they rope in. Okay. Now, this is a tricky stage. I mean, I can tell you of one of my company. I work with. I mentored them actually. 5 of very brilliant guys from IIT Kharagpur, from different departments of BTech, mechanical, electrical, chemicals. 5 were there together. So they found a company. They made a 4-wheeler in my laboratory. Okay, so I was the mentor. So at this stage, they found that company. The name of the company was Aspen Bauer. You can find it in the net. Aspen Bauer. Sriteja, I think you'll still find the name of Sriteja there. So then, I mean, they didn't go for this campus interviews and all. They left their jobs and came with me for making this. I initially told them not to go for a 4-wheeler, but they wanted to, and that's their passion, so I couldn't stop them. They made a fantastic car also. they transformed the Maruti 800 to a particular to a total electric vehicle using lithium-ion battery. So with many new technologies, even the cooling of the battery, the VMS part, the motor part, everything was having some small innovation. Many people, I will not name them, but they many companies, they actually appreciated their work. Many even MDs from other companies came and drove the vehicle also. They were happy with that. Only some fine tuning and all that. But we required a huge fund for making prototypes and putting the first batch of at least 5 to 10 vehicles on road for people to test on road. That never happened because nobody was willing to fund them. The simple reason being it's a high-end product, okay? And they are just not ready to buy it from a company which is a startup. Okay, they are rather more comfortable to buy electric vehicles from big companies. Okay, our budget was small. We did everything possible, lot of pitches and all we make, but anything, it was not successful. Ultimately, they were taken over by some other company, some big fish, and now they are working in a different, in a separate vertical in that particular company. They're directors now, but they're making the way, and now the company owner is funding them. So these things can happen. You lose your own identity. It gets sold off. Now, the next stage is the growth strategy, where you have more or less established yourself in the market. So you set up your offices, warehouses, recruit more people to handle this. You become a matured one. It's a corporate. Capture data, use analytics to know customer satisfaction, repeat customers, so many things. You can read out the list. So here the venture capitalists and the debt from big banks and fintechs, they actually come in. And then the continuous value addition, new product development, and maintain superior value proposition. And then the journey will continue till the product meets with a natural death, or it is being eaten up by some other competitor in the particular market. So this is roughly the story where the initial budget and the budgeting up to at least angel investor involvement of or getting funding from angel investor is very, very important. Now, where does this money go? What is the time? Okay. So where does this money go? So you require this bank, this financial organization, they give funds for purchasing the raw material, for shop floor goods under process, finished goods. Then for the dealers and distributors pay back to the company, of course, to the banks and creditors, retailers and customers also do the same thing. And this accounting, financial statements, inventory management, managing cash flows, arranging funding time, human resource recruitment, and these things become very, very important. So this is roughly the movement of funds and movements of goods that is being represented here. So what are the different forms of capital that are involved in this funding of your budget? Equity investment that gives ownership to the investors. Investment in preference shares. They may have equity or debt or both flavors. The debt is loan taken on interest and has to be repaid no matter what. And grant has no covenant. Grant is the easiest one. So always try to go for grant. Now owners, say I showed this slide previously. The owners, for example, I told you that you are putting in 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs in what form? You don't give cash. So you now float shares, 10 rupees per share. That means you buy 2 lakh shares, the owners buy. Now, if there are 3 owners, what happens? Okay, the 3 owners, 3 co-founders are there, A, B, and C, who are investing differential money. So one is buying 50,000 shares, another is buying 80,000 shares, another 70,000 shares. So these are important. So that means somebody's holding is 25%, 40%, and 35%. So the bottom line is very important. Shares provide you the voting right. That's in corporate. That's not really true in the startups when you have an excellent understanding between your friends. But the rule holds the same. But you don't actually go by that. You take equal view of all. But But still, the rule is that if you have higher share, your voting has a higher weightage. That's all. Now, when the investor comes in, what happens? Is it that your number of shares goes down, or what happens? No, your number of shares remain the same. Say somebody is investing 5 lakhs. Okay, some investor. So that means he's buying 50,000 shares. Okay, so what happens? The number of shares held by the co-founders will not change. Number of shares will remain the same. So therefore, to offer 20% of equity post money, your holding will go down to 80%. So post money, number of shares is around 2,50,000 or 25 lakhs, and number of shares are 2.5 lakhs. Okay, that means your percentage holding of the company will further go down. 20%, which was actually initially 25%, will go down to 20%, 40% will be 32%, and 35% will be 28%. And the new investor will come in with 20%. Okay, so it's more and more investor goes in, more your share, the owner's share will get diluted. Okay, so this is the actual picture. So your equity holding actually gets diluted. Now, loan or debt. This is important. The loans are primarily of two types. For one is long term, that's for capital assets, useful, life longer than a year, and short term, that's for working capital. And securities are again of two types. One is the primary, that's a charge on the assets funded by the loan, and another is collateral, charges on assets other than those acquired with loan. And seniority of a loan or type of fund primarily depends on whether it is secured or unsecured, and is it primarily or subordinated debt. Okay, so this now another thing is this, the budget I showed you is the initial budget which you are going to an investor. Now, when you are going to a financial organization for loan for working capital, they will ask you what will be your working capital. Now, this is just to show you that how your project cost is being formulated. This is the annual, yearly one. So they'll ask you year one, how much it will be, year two, how much it will be, year three, how much, so on and so forth. Now, you see here, this is the capital expenditure, all the we call capex, investment in land and building, in machinery, other expenses like electrical connection. These are all fixed cost or capital expenditure. So these will be fixed throughout the years. What will change? Your change will be the number of products you will be selling. So that means your turnover will change. And one easy way of calculating your working capital is taking a percentage of the turnover. You can take 25% every year, or you can take 20% or 30% depending on the market. Okay, so if it is 25% of the turnover, that is 50. So working capital requirement in this turnover method will be 50. Okay, so your requirement is total fixed assets plus the working capital, that is 195. Okay, so this type of budgeting is required when you go to financial organization, not initially when actually you are in a immature stage. That is, I should not tell it's the immature stage, but you have just made the product, you just want to make prototype or something like that. Not in that stage, but you have already come to a stage that you need to do production. So at that stage, when you go for higher finances from venture capitalists and even for banks and all, they'll ask for this working capital. Even and in corporates, big corporates, they ask for monthly calculation of working capital or the monthly project cost, you can say. Okay. Now there is another method which it's not important for you. There's a holding period method. You just keep it in mind that another method is there called the holding period method. This is more important in the standard corporate sectors rather than the startups. So, but I have kept it just for your knowledge that there is another method in that also. Now, how much money you need? Now we hear stories of venture capitalists making NX returns from funding startups that achieve remarkable success. For example, Peter Thiel invested $5 lakhs. Okay, so they don't tell $5 lakhs, $500,000 in Facebook in 2004. And 8 years later, he sold his tech for more than $1 billion. Okay. Now, but still, many entrepreneurs face multiple rounds of rejection. And the success depends on attractiveness of the business model, timing, traction, team, and of course the prospect. Okay. So if you see that how much money you need, it doesn't depend on any particular value. I mean, you cannot correlate anything here. For a Hewlett Packard, their starting fund was only $538, and their value is $30 billion. Okay, you see Dell, they started with $1,000. Their value is $36 billion. Okay, you see this Whole Foods or Under Armour. These guys started with 45,000 US dollar, and their value is $14 billion. This Under Armour started with 60,000 US dollar. Their market value is $7 billion. Though they have come later on, but still. So it doesn't. I mean, the correlation is very, very difficult. What should be the ideal funding required if I want to reach such $1 billion in status in the market or value in the market. So there is no ready-made formula for that. But these are examples. We learn from examples. So these are certain cases we have put in this particular slide. Now, raising money is an essential part of early stage entrepreneur. For example, Joe Gapia, Brian Chesky, Nathan Blisarski sought funding for their startup, say Airbnb in 2008. They wanted to raise 150,000 US dollar in return for a 10% stake in their company, but none agreed to invest. Okay, but 9 years later, Airbnb was valued at $31 billion. Presently, I think valued at $100 billion. If you can check the net Airbnb. Now, if one of these investors had invested their 150,000 investment, that would have worth now $3.1 billion in 9 years. So even the most accomplished VC or venture capitalist or angel investor invest in many startups that do not succeed and pass on a number of deals that could have been, highly lucrative. So every investor has at least one great regret in his life, I have seen. So it's very difficult to evaluate, but people try. People see, some of the features they are interested to examine certain things because there has to be some way. So most new entrepreneurs do not have enough money to fund the exact need of the business. So because of unlimited risk, capital investment, cash flow challenges, long duration of product development and creation of market connectivity. You have growth of business. It entails large amount of money, and money from external source somewhat reduces risk. I think I'm running a bit out of time. Now, what you should be very, very careful is the same S-curve if you see, where I've differentiated between the startup stage, the early growth stage, and late growth or maturity stage. Now, most of the entrepreneurs, they fail in this region. We call it the value of debt. Now, this happens because there as I was talking, the realization of money. If you remember of a very in West Bengal, actually, it's a very renowned company came in tablet world called Akash Tablet. It had it had all the features of a good tablet at initial stages when tablet first came into our country. But ultimately, it sold in so many government places and all. But they couldn't get the money back from the market. Somehow the payment was so bad that they actually got drowned. So this is a trap, we call. This is called entrepreneur's trap. It's a value of debt, and 99% of entrepreneurs who fail, they fail in this region. If they can cross this, we have seen that they have done something in their life. They have come up with. Okay, I have lots of examples like that. So we have to be very clear about this particular period, where actually we should try to restrict our spendings. Okay. Now we should also be conscious about getting the first customer, because it looks
Sir,
like a
please
bell
sum
curve.
up in 5 minutes, sir. Please sum up in 5 minutes. Yeah, we have another
I understand.
question. Thank you so much.
I understand. I'll do that. So this is the getting the first customer. You'll see that you need to concentrate on the first. That is the 2.5% plus 13.5%. That is 15%. Sorry, 16% of the customers, because they are the people who are going to try out your new product. If it is a totally new product, okay, you should not tell that the market is so much, so I will manufacture for so many people. So the initial market, the initial people, the number is very important. So I'm not going into the risk perceptions and all. The types of grant, the seniority of a grant is based on that fact that when it will get liquidated ultimately, who will get the money fast, which type of creditors will get the money fast. Based on that, that is we call the seniority. I had that list, but okay, I'll just want to go into the different. These are the progress and valuation from ideation stage to the co-founder stage, friends and family, angel round, series 1, public issue, and so on and so forth. Now, being students, I want to show you the funding part where I was actually involved. Now, Startup India, I think you know all what is the definition of startup in India. Only thing, you need to be a citizen of the country. Okay, and when you are called a startup is up to a period of 10 years only from the date of incorporation or registration. Now the DSR, the Department of Science and Industrial Research, they have this scheme, startups and MSMEs. There's a PRISM fund, 2 lakhs, 20 lakhs and 50 lakhs. You can just type PRISM fund in your net and get it. Now in the phase 1, category 1, these are the guys who give actually the agency, government agency. This is, mind you, this is a grant. Okay, you need not pay back. Only is if for a 2 lakh, for getting a 2 lakh grant, you have to have an ideation stage. Mind you, nobody will give you funding except government. 2 lakh, only 2 lakh. 90% will be given by the government as fund. Okay, that means 1,80,000. Only you have to put 20,000 of your own money. You have to show the government. You have to open an account in the bank, put 20,000 rupees from your account, and the government will transfer 1,80,000. Okay, so there, when you make the budget, what they want the budget for you need to give a major component for the raw material, for the prototype fabrication, for the prototype testing. For this, they give the major part of the fund. Space rent, they don't encourage much. So if possible, delete or keep small amount. Travel also, don't put much. Mind you, this PRISM fund is mainly for 99% of the cases, it is targeted towards hardware product, not any software product. In the phase 1, same category 2, it is from 2 lakhs to 20 lakhs. They give up to 20 lakhs. Okay, says for fabrication of working model, process know-how, testing, trial, patenting, technology transfer, etc. Okay, now here the budget components other than in category 1, you can put for fabrication of the whole working model. You can put for applying the patent and all those things. So this is the patenting part, and of course exhibition of the. You can have travel for exhibiting your prototype and to different exhibitions. And the phase 3, in the phase 2, they give up to 50 lakh. Only thing is you have to put 50. If they are giving 50 lakh, it has to be a 1 crore project, of which you have to get 50 lakh from some other source other than this government. So this is important. Now this is scaling up to the P2 prototype, where actually you will be setting up the entire assembly line, is making the final prototype and actually selling it to the market, taking it to the market. Okay, so if you apply for these types of funds, my friends, the only positive aspect will be that these are grants. This has no you need not pay any interest for that. You need not pay back any amount for that. These are grant. Only thing is you have to be serious. They actually audit you every 6 months to 1 year and find out about the progress. And if they get a good progress, they are always ready to fund for the next stage. I was involved with them. I was also in some of the committees, and also I know. Other than that, you have the TIFAC SIDBI revolving fund. You can go through this. It should be available in the net. That's called Srijan White Time. If you are interested, I can tell you later on, but I know. But so these are the details of the Srijan fund, silent features, and the funds for prototyping. So besides schemes of DSIR and TIFAC, several startup funds launched by Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise, MSMEs, also available. So thank you for your patience. Sorry, actually, I should have been a bit faster from the beginning, but okay, doesn't matter. If anybody has any question, I can always clarify. Yeah.
May I speak, sir? I have a question.
Yes, please. Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for this for the information. Sir, I just want to know, because you are from technical background as well, and you have been in R&D department for such a long time. Sir, like for example, if I want to do something in field of semiconductor, so does it require that I have to be part of the industry for a decade, like for gaining the experience, or like if we see some people who do like who own a big industry without even knowing the technicalities behind it. So like, what do you suggest, sir?
See, there are two ways of doing it. One is that you have to be very technically strong. But you will see that many of the entrepreneurs, maybe most of the big entrepreneurs in the world, they're even school and college dropouts. So in that sense, you might tell what technical knowledge they have. But they have something which is totally different than you and me. You see, they can gather around them the best people who know this technology. And of course, I mean, nowadays, if you see in the day of open innovation, okay, it is not closed innovation. Everything is open. Even you see that Elon Musk has, in his company, they have ultimately shifted their company to the Silicon Valley and opened it up. Okay, they opened all the patents. It's something I think 4 or 5 years ago. If you go through the net, you will find out. So that means information is available. Information is available. You know who are the best people working in the company. So if you get them around, okay, you can form a company. Only thing is, you have to have some expertise, some technique. You might not have the technical know-how. You might have the business acumen. Everybody cannot have all the acumen. Okay, we teach a particular thing in the class called ABC principle. Okay, people with business intellectual property, people with abstract intellectuality, people with creative intellectuality. For example, the architects. If you see the architect people who are studying architectural engineering, they can draw excellent academic work. They can do when they are sitting on the drawing sheet or on the CAD CAM. And when they go to the site, they have the business acumen also, right? They have parallelly both. But people from all the disciplines may not have. But you can always, you should be comfortable in working with people with the know-hows. You have to have people with the exact know-how in the market. Otherwise, you will fail. You might not have. That's not required.
Okay, sir.
I mean, did I answer you or I confused you?
No, sir, I got the answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, anybody?
Sir, sir, like we were saying that the company is divided into number of shares, like, and fixing the face value of a share. How do we come up with the number and the value, face value? We'll do any type of valuation, like
Valuation of the company. Yes, that's what I started with the business model. If you see, in the business model itself, there itself you try to do a valuation of the company. Okay,
and the
number of shares depends on the individuals. First, the owners, how many shares they want to have. And after that, then they will decide how much extra money they require. Okay, to carry out on their business. And then ultimately their shares will get diluted. I couldn't show you some of the slides later on where I'll see that with the progress of the company, when you actually move forward, your share gets diluted more and more because as the venture capitalist comes in, as the bank comes in and all, ultimately what you started with 35%, 40% and all, ultimately goes down to 12%, 10% and all. Okay, although you three of you together, you hold the maximum part of the share. I have the slide, but due to want of time, I could show that. But the others rope in actually. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, like what kind of support is given to the EV manufacturers, sir, from the government? Yes, sir.
EV.
Electric. Yes, sir. Electric car manufacturer.
Yeah, that's a very critical. Actually, I am in the CII committee also of electric mobility. It's moving very fast, and I can tell you that it is coming very fast. All the different states are also forming their own. I mean, different protocols for EV, starting from EV manufacturing to EV charging, the government subsidies, so many things. I mean, people are working on so many things. So we are actually looking at the different drafts. But I mean, to my knowledge, the government has not created anything. But I think, for example, my students, we lost actually the opportunity. They're ultimately taken over by, because for EV manufacturing and EV launching, you really require a lot of money in crores. I mean, it's not in lakhs or 1 or 2 crores. Like you require at least 100 crores of investment to bring out, because EV means so many, starting from electric motor to BMS to the battery is so costly, and you have to import everything almost, because you don't manufacture anything in the country. Although I think in this budget the government has shown some interest to give subsidies, or I mean, so that the battery manufacturing part can start, because if they don't start now, when will they start if the EV really starts rolling in? But funding for EV for a startup.
Dr. Basav,
Yes.
Basav, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. Actually, our next session is all.
Oh, I know.
So
You have a
probably
very busy
the students
back-to-back
can
schedule,
talk to you on email, or you are a public
Anytime,
figure.
anytime.
They can raise some questions. You please,
If
audience.
I am
Sorry
of
for this
any
interruption.
help,
Yeah.
if I am of any help, I am ready to do. No problem.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption in between. Please stay tuned. We are going to start our valedictory session soon. Before that, I will thank Dr. Basav Chakravarti for giving this much time to our students and students from Open across the India to talk so much about this budgeting and business planning. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Basav, thank you very much. I'm Professor Rajkumar here. It's an excellent talk. I'm sure
Yes, Professor
it's very useful to the students. We request you to come back again on the next occasion. Thanks.
Sure, sir. It's a will.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, this is a small token from our director, sir, for as a gesture of love to you. We will be dispatching it to you very soon. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So please stay tuned. We are going to start with our valedictory session for the day. Okay, and our chief guest of the valedictory session, Sri Anurag Jain, sir, IAS, he will be joining us soon. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, Basav, sir.
Yes.
Sir, could you please stop sharing your screen?
Yes, it stopped.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Am I audible? So once again, thank you, sir. I once again thank our previous speaker, Dr. Basav Chakravarti, for such a wonderful session. And now we are moving towards our last session, that is valedictory session. And this session will be chaired by our chief guest, Sri Anurag Jain, IS, Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Sir, we are so grateful to have you here among us, sir. We are joined by our beloved director, Professor R.V. Rajkumar, sir, and other dignitaries are there, both in online and offline mode. May I now request our PIC Entrepreneurship Cell, IIT Bhubaneswar, Dr. Gaurav Bhartaria, to do the honor of introducing our chief guest for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. This is my honor to speak for Sri Anurag Jain, IAS officer of this great country. So Shri Anurag Jain, IAS Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industries and Internal Trades, Ministry of Commerce and Industries. He joined the Indian Administrative Services in 1989. He was second in order of merit in his 1986 batch of BTech honors of Electrical Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and completed an MA in Public Administration from Maxwell School, University of Syracuse, USA, in 2005. As Joint Secretary to PM for 3.5 years, Sri Jain coordinated various ministries including Information Technology, Communication, Agriculture, Food and Consumer Affairs, Chemical and Fertilizers, Communication and Information Technology, Labor and Skill Development. As Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, he is credited with conceptualizing and implementing one of the most successful initiatives, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. During his assignment as Secretary of Chief Minister, Government of Madhya Pradesh, he was the catalyst for enactment of the Public Service Delivery Guarantee Act, an initiative adopted by more than a dozen of states in the country. As a Secretary, Information Technology, Government of Madhya Pradesh, he was instrumental in taking the state to the top rung in the e-readiness of state report. He has received many awards in his individual capacity as head of the organization, the main one being the National Award for E-Governance and Web Ratna Award of Excellence by Government of India, Best District Rural Development Authority, State Government, and NASSCOM IT User Award. He has served on the board of various organizations, representative of India as co-chair of subgroups on regulation and standard setting bodies of Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion, that is GPFI, and as member of the board of Punjab National Bank, National Housing Bank, Small Industries Development Bank of India, National Insurance Company, Industrial Finance Corporation of India, Chairman there, then MP Online, IIITM Gwalior, IIITDM Jabalpur. Shri Jain keeps keen interest in the latest trends and technologies and contributes to the IT and e-governance initiatives and its implementations. His views expressed during various seminars and conferences regarding use of IT and e-governance have been well recognized. So we are honored to have you here, sir. We are thankful to you who took so much time from his busy schedule to be here as the chief guest of this valedictory session for this one-day seminar of how to start an enterprise. I now invite him for his valedictory address to the audience. Please, sir. All yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gaurav, for that kind of introduction. Honorable Chief Guest today, Professor Raja Kumar, Director of IIT Bhubaneswar, Dr. Basab Chakravarti, Madam Madhumita, who invited me. I am grateful to you for having invited me today. It gives me a chance to connect back to my alma mater after, I think, almost 35 years. So it's a good reconnect and very good memories of my student years come flushing to my mind. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Entrepreneurship Cell of IIT Bhubaneswar for this great initiative, because this will actually sensitize the young generation to the possibilities which they can have in today's world. I know when you are young, when you are a student, you have dreams, you have courage, you have boldness to pick up the challenges and live your dreams. But at the same time, if this kind of mentorship is there, that what are the opportunities available, this will definitely help you choose a particular path. I know each of you is a very, very unique person. All of you are blessed to be student in these premier institutions. All the IITs students who are present here today, you are really blessed to be studying in one of the best institutes, not only in the country, but in the world. Trust me, after so many years of experience, I can say the kind of peer learning which happens, the kind of professors you have in IITs, that is unmatched. The kind of talent which you have oozing out of these IITs, it is unmatched. So that itself has a huge potential to create an ecosystem, and you are living it there. Now at this juncture, when we have completed 75 years, we are about to complete 75 years of our independence. So I am sure all of you would be aware that right now Government of India has undertaken a program called Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, a run-up of 75 weeks to the 75th. When we complete 75 years of independence on this 15th August 2022, so these 75 weeks we are calling Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. In these 75 years, we have made some very good advances. We have become the 5th largest economy in the world in absolute terms, and 3rd largest in terms of purchasing power parity. I hope everyone understands, you have that basic exposure, why this difference is. And by 2030, another 7-8 years, we are poised to become the 3rd largest economy after US and China. But that is not sufficient, because we are also a large country. And since we are a large country, in spite of being a big economy, we are still towards the lower half of the per capita income. Our per capita income is still lower. But then we also have huge factors which are in our favor. We have one of the best engineering technical talents in the world right now. We have the demographic advantage. Next 25 years are going to be ours. That is the time when all of you can really contribute in a big way in shaping the future of the country and taking India to a path so that when India completes its 100 years of independence, India is a very strong and powerful nation. That is the hope we have as government on this young generation. Right now, we have very favorable factors aligned in this favor, and we need to take full advantage of that. One of the important factors, which a path which one of you people can take, when we graduated at that point of time, the economy was in shackles. It was not liberalized. As all of you would know, that liberalization started somewhere in 91. I'm sure none of you would have been born even by that time. That India was very much different. When there was a license and permit Raj, for every small thing you wanted to do, if you wanted to undertake a production of a company, start a company and undertake production of a particular product, you wanted to manufacture something, you had to seek permissions and number of licenses. So we have traveled a long way from there on. Lots of things have been simplified, but still we are not there as the best in class. We still want to improve, and this is a process which is being undertaken. All of you will have your own dreams. Some of you may choose to go in academia, go in research, become professor, become a scientist. Very good. That's also a very good social service. You are contributing to the mankind and the nation. Many of you can pick up a hobby. I know even from our generation, students of IIT undertook journalism. Somebody went into filmmaking. So they had their varied interests. So even this young generation will have varied interest. But a large number of students from IITs do take jobs which are technical. Most of us end up joining technical jobs, and that's in most of the times it is in multinational companies or big companies. There also you are making a difference. You are doing something, you are contributing. You are very young and fertile mind. But can we take up startup as a setting up of your own venture as a profession? Many of you, I know stories of this young generation when students have actually set up companies while they are in their first year or second year of the college. I know a person who set up his company when he was in second year of IIT Delhi, and actually in the night time he used to devote 4-5 hours and actually employ 50 people back home. So I know many of you are very smart, you would be knowing. So, but today what I would try to give you what Startup India is trying to do, how we can help you to set up your own company and take it forward and be a wealth creator for the country. In India, the startup initiative was launched in 2016 under the inspiration of the Honorable Prime Minister. We launched on 16th January 2016 this startup initiative. In this short period of 6 years, we have reached more than 600 districts. As you would know, India has about 738 districts, out of which startup movement has reached in more than 633 districts, to be precise. Right now it is 633, so I am saying more than 600 districts. So there is at least one startup registered in one of these districts. More than 60,000 startups have been recognized by my department. DPIIT is the nodal department for startups, but it is a whole of government approach where almost about 30 departments are involved. More than 6 lakh employment has been created, direct employment has been created through these 60,000 startups. Last year was particularly good for startups in more than one ways. Last year saw birth of more than 40 unicorns. We define unicorns as a company worth $1 billion. So more than 40 unicorns were born last year. So as a system, now in all we have more than 80 unicorns in the country, and we have become the third largest nation after US and China in terms of number of unicorns. Actually, we overcame UK last year. In terms of new unicorns being born in a particular year, this 40, we were the second best. We were better than even China in this respect. So the startup story of the country is growing bigger and deeper. That is the good news. This startup basically, even if you say join any company and start doing something, I'm sure all of you will do very well. You will end up making good money. You will have a good life for yourself. But as I know, it is what Maslow used to define as the hierarchy need. After a certain point of time, a time comes in life of a person when he starts in terms of making contribution to the society. Then people start up taking NGOs, doing something for the society after retirement or towards the close of retirement. But think of this, startup, I can share some personal story. I joined public service after spending some 3 years in the industry. In fact, after first couple of years, I lost sort of interest in my life. I thought, what am I doing? What I am doing is only adding to the profits of my company. And by that time, given the solid education at IIT, I had become extremely good at understanding the problems. And many times I would say, okay, I don't need to go to the site. Please just give me on telephone. In those days, we did not have video conferencing and all this. On telephone, okay, tell me your problem, check this voltage, give me this waveform description. Okay, do this, your problem would be resolved. So I felt that challenge is getting lost in my life. And there's a time my father said, okay, try IAS, this might give you better satisfaction. And as things were destined, I joined IAS and I am here right now. But I can see one more thing. Startup is equally challenging. Creating a company of your own is not only very challenging task, it's a very satisfying thing. It is your own. You have created it with your own hands, with your own dreams, with your own imagination. So this journey can be very fruitful and satisfying. In addition to that, you are creating employment. That itself is a huge social service. You are creating employment for the masses. You are making other younger colleagues more productive. And third and most important, when I talk to these young minds, the startup entrepreneurs, I find they are actually solving lots of social problem of the country. They are making, say, for example, the health services cheaper and affordable to masses. They are adding value to the farmer's production. A farmer who is earning X amount of money, because of this innovation, his income goes up from X to 2X. So you make your money, but in the process, you create a beneficial relationship with a host of other people, and you are helping solve country's problem. You are creating wealth not only for yourself, you are creating wealth for the nation. So this can be very, very satisfying journey. And therefore, I really feel anyone who has this slightest of intention to set up your own company should take a plunge and go for it. It is really good thing to happen. Now, what do we do as a department? We basically, first thing, if you do a startup, how do we define a startup? A startup by definition is a new company which has been set up in this country after 2016, after 1st April 2016. And every year we have been now increasing the deadline. So in this budget announcement, you would have heard Honorable Finance Minister making a budget announcement that instead of 31st March 22, we have extended the date to 31st March 2023. So a company registered in this period, and if its turnover is less than 100 crore, then it is considered as a startup. If you grow big enough, if your turnover goes beyond 100 crores, then you become a normal company. Till 100 crore, you continue to be considered as a startup. So you get those special benefits. Basically, it's a hand-holding support in your journey when you are trying to stand up and compete with the bigger world. So what are the advantages? First thing, after, if you are registered, even if you set up a company, or if you are a limited liability partnership, or if you are a partnership firm, you can be registered as a startup. You can form any, these are the various formulations you can set up your company, but getting into a company format is much better. I'll come later. Even though you can set it up as a partnership firm or a limited liability firm. Then you can register yourself at Startup India. It's a very simple software driven process, no physical interaction, sitting in the comfort of your home. You can register yourself as a startup company. After registration, you have certain advantages. And if you are eligible, you should also apply for Inter-Ministerial Board certification. That certification happens with some degree of due diligence by by board, which consists of various ministries. That gives you further advantages. First, when you are registered as a startup, you will actually get connected to the whole ecosystem which we try to help out people. On this, through this, you can have Investor Connect. Like you would have seen some program coming as Shark Tank or something, when they are trying to give you a platform. You get a host of opportunities. Once you are registered, you are actually on our mailing list. Whenever we organize some programs, you can come exhibit your company. You can show your what products you are trying to create. What is your idea? You can be connected to mentors. We have some very big names in the world. We have some of the best names in the world who are there with us as mentors. You can get connected to them. You can get connected. If you actually, then we have something known as National Startup Awards, which we run a program every year, and we have standardized now. We ask for applications. We have just floated this for this year. So the people who are already running a startup, you can apply for that. And the whole process of 1 year will be gone through, and in the January next year we'll announce the awards. The people who qualify as a finalist, we give them a special hand-holding support, where we also give them capacity program, development program. We make them connect to corporates. We give special training for brand showcasing, and we also connect them to unicorns, the people who have already grown big from the startup system. We connect you to them, and you can have personal relations with them. We also run programs called Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, because when you run a startup, early stage funding is the most difficult thing. So we run a program called Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. We have given this fund to SIDBI to run through. It's a basically government. I know we are very confident that we can't run it ourselves. Government does not have appreciation to this. We don't have systems. We can't be nimble enough. So what we have done, we have given this fund to private people who understand this startup system, and they select the people to whom the startup seed fund can invest. Then we have created something like fund of funds of 10,000 crore rupees, which is a reasonably big sum. We have given it to SIDBI, and they in turn invest into other funds. So this 10,000 crore is leveraged, and it becomes 30 to 40,000 crore, and that fund is invested into the startups. Then we have given something like, we have got a portal called GEM, Government e-Market. So we have created a separate startup highway on that. I remember when we were young, people used to talk about, whenever you want to apply for something, people say, we need experience, and you don't have experience, so we can't consider you. And this was a problem with government procurement. If any government advertisement will come for procurement, people will say, you need to have so much of turnover, you need to have so much of experience of having supplied things to the government. So how do you get in there for the first time? So the startup runway gives you freedom from that. If you are a registered startup, then you can actually get into government supply system without any prior experience. You get that exemption from there. Then if you become certified by the interministerial board, then you get a whole lot of advantages. The foremost being the income tax exemption under Section 80 IAC. Normally you set up your company, initially first few years you make losses, that's the standard. Then you can carry forward your losses. So the provision is that you can decide which 3 years not to pay tax in the first 10 years of your existence. And for 3 continuous years, you don't pay your tax. That's a huge benefit. Then you also get benefit under Section 56 of the income tax, which is basically like somebody is investing into you. And invariably the investor sees value in your potential and therefore gives you more money than what is your valuation as of today. So technically, this is a gift. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Suppose your value of your company as of now is 100 rupees. But based on your idea and your potential, somebody sees, okay, I want to invest 1,000 rupees in this. I am giving him this capital. He'll grow big and I know my capital is going to multiply manifold. But technically for a company worth 100 rupees, if someone is giving you 1,000 rupees, so effectively 900 rupees is a gift in terms of income tax. So this is for a normal company, this happens, then they have to pay tax on this. But if you are a startup, you are exempted from paying this tax. It is considered this basically a huge incentive to encourage the startups. Similarly, when you sell your property, you get into some capital gains. You are supposed to pay taxes or invest into another property. I mean, it's a complicated law. If somebody gets into details, one can discuss and explain. It's basically income tax jurisdiction. One has to really read between the fine lines. But for startups, there's a very huge this thing. If you have made capital gain somewhere and you are investing that money into a startup, you don't have to pay capital gain. Okay. So these are the kind of advantages, and all these, trust me, you may not appreciate if you have not sort of undertaken this journey, but they are very huge advantages which government has given to the startup system. So basically, as a government, we have huge hopes. We are working on a vision 2047 as a 25-year vision, 25-year roadmap, which we are trying to work out. And from the Department of Industries, I keep saying startup is the future of India. Startup is going to be the wealth creator of India, and therefore startups need to be supported as whole of government approach, and that is what we are trying to do. I can go on, but I would like to, since we are already coming to the close, hardly 10 minutes are left. Instead of just speaking from my side, I would leave last 5-10 minutes in case it would be somebody has any doubts. You can ask questions, because I think that would be good. It will be good to connect with young minds and see how you think about it. If somebody wants to have any questions, I can leave it open. Last 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful session. I'm sure our students are right now really inspired by your words. So may I request our online and offline participants who are attending and listening, sir, may raise your concern and question.
Hello, sir. Kevin here from IIT Turkey. Hello. Yeah. Sir, so I wanted to ask a question regarding the grants that we get from the government, right? So are these grants only centrally given by the center government, or are these grants also provided by the state governments? For example, I wanted to venture into agriculture machineries, building innovative products specifically for Indian market. So the thing is that each and every state has its unique set of requirements when it comes to small or portable machineries that are required for agriculture. So how do I approach with this? Do I go to the states or do I go to the center?
I think you need a little kind of a personal mentoring. If you go to out of 36 state and UTs, 30 state and UTs have got their own startup policies now. That is one success of this 6 years of a Startup in India initiative. So most of the states have their own schemes to help and support young entrepreneurs. So it is not only that government of India is doing something, most of the state governments are doing. So you can look at the startup side. But more specifically, since you are talking about agriculture, before coming to that, I'll just share this. As I said, it's a whole of government approach. So we are only a nodal department, but each department runs its own schemes. Like Department of IT has its own schemes, Department of Agriculture Research has its own schemes. Similarly, in the state government. So if you start looking at all departmental schemes, and similarly the state where you are located, you have state government supporting it. So therefore, there can be a lot of schemes. You'll have to search a little, and then we can actually we can start a system where we can answer for particular sectors which are the possible schemes. But I'm sure you young minds are bright enough to search it on that. You look at your own state, this thing, you'll get most of it. And agriculture is a sector where there's a huge support, and especially this agriculture ministry also looks at, because we were trying to this problem, especially in Punjab and Haryana, this Parli burning scheme problem you would have heard, Parali burning. For that, the basic thing comes out, we need to put mechanization into place. The problem with Indian agriculture is that land holdings are very small. Therefore, it is very difficult for farmers to purchase machinery. It becomes too heavy a cost for them. So therefore, an innovative model of renting a machine has come already into place. And people have created apps for that. But then it's a whole ecosystem. Somebody needs to own machinery who is ready to give them on rent. Somebody needs to give an app. So that kind of systems are also coming up. And if you are designing absolutely into detailed research, solving particular problems, you can also look at Department of what we call DARE, Research and Department of Agriculture Research, DARE we call it at Government of India. You can connect to them directly also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, this is Srini. I'm not IITian, but outside IIT, but working in an agriculture research organization. Since morning, we were trying to understand when we register a startup and, we have an idea and we need to validate that idea before we get registered. And in order to get all those schemes that you are talking about, so registration is a mandate, right? So, but most of the startups we are in a very idea stage and struggling to, even the registration process takes a lot of money for people, in the beginning stage. So I don't know, how do you suggest do we need to first register our company and then proceed for further?
Srini, no. First thing, I apologize for eulogizing IITians so much. I know I have seen some of the bright minds even outside IITians, but I thought it's only IITians, therefore I was talking about it. If you are not an IITian, doesn't put you at any disadvantage. You can have great minds and still not be an IITian. Okay, so just don't think you are anyway inferior to an IITian. Anybody who has knowledge and more importantly will to work for the country is important asset for us. Now your question about idea, you have an idea, then we have something known as something like incubators. I'm sure most of these IITs you are connected, you can ask professors here. Probably IIT Bhubaneswar will also have an incubator. In our country we have almost 1,000+ incubators. Most of the universities have, then private sectors also have, and government promoted incubators are also there. So you can actually go to these incubators and try out your idea. Registration stage is the next stage, when after you see preliminarily, yes, your idea is good, you have come out with this, then you register a company and start getting into a production mode. Typically, a startup goes through a cycle and what we call valley of death. In the first 1 to 2 years, 50% startups die because one idea being good is one part of it, but idea has to be commercially viable also. And you should not be afraid of failures. My minister keeps on saying, and I do endorse that, but since I heard it for the first time from him, I am sort of not doing a plagiarization and using that on his behalf. Failure needs to be celebrated. We know when a tiger wants to kill, on an average, its success is 1 in 10. After 9 failures, it is able to kill. So when you are getting into this startup, it is tough. It is not easy journey. You may end up failures, but failures we should learn and move forward. So as far as your question is concerned, please connect to one of the incubators. You can get the list of incubators through our website. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Just a follow-up question. I know I'm consuming the time, but people like us, we are working, and we are not as students, but we just working at the same time. We do have ideas. So these incubators requires a full-time involvement, and especially the academic institute like IIT and IIM and all those places. So nowadays, online system is coming. I don't know whether the academic institutes are thinking about that direction to connect us across the world, because right now I'm based in Uganda, the African continent. So I'm trying to see how I can connect people, remotely.
You can. Nowadays, technology permits, technology provides all kinds of solution. And you can actually connect to you have a look at the startup ecosystem, you connect to some of the big mentors, you can actually get there. There are all kinds of facilitation. And you can leave a question with us. We'll try to connect you to somebody with your idea. You give us detail of your idea. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next.
Other
Sir,
questions,
I'm
please?
Maurya from IIT Bhubaneswar. I just wanted to ask, can entities that do not have any of
the evidence is like an incubator certificate still apply to interministerial board for tax exemptions?
But you have asked such a barik question because it is done at a much lower level. I have not examined this. If you want, I can get the answer across through your professor later after checking with my director who does it. इतना बारीक की कौन सा document लगता है, I have not seen myself. I should have actually checked up before coming for this lecture. What are the documents required? But if you look at the startup, if you just go to the startup website, it is totally automated process. So you will get in the drop down menu what are the documents you need to attach. Okay. And still this particular question I'll get the answer sent through the cell.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions from the audience? Yes, somebody has raised his hand.
Okay, I think that could be the last question. It's already your time.
Sure,
so
sir.
Anyway, last
Sure,
question
sir.
we can take.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, Akshat, please go ahead.
Sir, my question is, many of the students are still looking for some startup stuff, but they don't have any idea or any information where to start or what to do. There are many startups who need people to work with them. So is there any scheme or any portal where we can connect to the people who are already working on a startup and need more support from other departments?
To me, the question is not very clear. If you just want a list of startups who are looking for young minds who can work along with them on problems, yes, there is an ecosystem. You connect to the ecosystem. We also have portals from the Ministry of Labor where this kind of matching takes place. You can register on Ministry of Labor's portal also. But let me check up if we can facilitate that kind of a thing. I can, for a startup, it's a good idea to have a separate portal, because right now in Government of India, what we had created was on Ministry of Labor, a portal where a company wanting to hire somebody can register, and a person who wants to offer himself for hiring can register. And the portal facilitates the matching of the two requirements. So that is on the Ministry of Labor portal. But maybe there all kinds of people would be registering, including all MSMEs and big companies also. Maybe we can make a smaller version of that only for startups on our website. That can be a good idea to explore. Good. Thank you for a good idea. But as at present, you can look at the Ministry of Labor website for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Akshat. Thank you. I believe we came to an end of this Q&A session. So right now, on behalf of our Honorable Director, Professor R.V. Rajkumar, our Entrepreneurship Cell IIT Bhubaneswar, and my own behalf, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, Sri Anurag Jain, IAS, Honorable Secretary, BP IIT, Government of India. I thank you for taking time out from your pressing schedule and making it possible to today's seminar, sir, and deliver this closing ceremony address. We remain deeply indebted, dear sir. Namaskar, sir. Thank you once again from our side.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Jain, I am Professor Rajkumar here. Which hall were you from at IIT Kharagpur?
RK Hall, sir.
Oh, RK Hall. So my son was an RKite. I was an Azadian and also JCBian.
Okay, okay.
So your talk has been very inspiring to certainly all of us, and our students must have immensely got benefited. And also you being a senior IITian, it must have given them extra inspiration. A civil servant come senior IITian, speaking about from his wide experiences. It was indeed your total journey itself has a lot of variety of experiences, You spoke from these experiences and including the latest engagement you have, and I'm sure it has been very illuminating to our students. Thank you very much for your presence, and we look forward for your visit with physical presence on an opportunity you get to come here, or an opportunity we create for you to come here. Please spare some time for us in future.
Thank you, Professor Saab. Nice talking to you.
Sir, before you leave this meeting, may I request our director, Professor R.B. Rajkumar sir, to felicitate you with a memento as a gesture of love and gratitude. May I do the honor, sir?
Yeah, sure. So in my hand here, there is a small memento. It's the logo of our institute. This will be sent to you subsequently by courier. Okay, so kindly accept this memento.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for your presence and look forward for your visit to our institute on one of your future occasions.
I'll definitely try when I come to Bhubaneswar. I'll try to include a visit to your institute.
Absolutely, you should not forget about it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we look forward to your continued support and encouragement, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now it has been 6 hours since we start the session. It's not only 6 hours of only information, it also 6 hours of concentration of our online audience and live audience. And we have successfully conducted a 6-hour seminar of 6 speakers and with live audience with following COVID protocols also. So now every good thing has to come to an end. So I welcome Chairperson of the E-Summit, Dr. Madhusmita Das ma'am, to conclude the session for us.
Thank you, Sujit. Honorable Director, IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor R.B. Rajkumar sir, Chief Guest of the Valedictory session, Sri Anurag Jain, IAS, Honorable Secretary, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, other dignitaries who are attending both via offline and online mode, participating students, faculty members, and the entire team of IIT Bhubaneswar. A warm good evening to all of you. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event, the seminar on how to start an enterprise. Friends, the essence of all beautiful art is gratitude. I would therefore maintain that thanksgiving is the highest form of thoughts and gratitude is happiness doubled by wonder. I feel deeply honored and privileged to be asked to proffer this vote of thanks to the august gathering on this concluding ceremony of the seminar. I once again thank our chief guest of this closing ceremony. Then my sincere gratitude goes out to our chief guest of the inaugural session, our Honorable Director, Professor R.B. Rajkumar sir, who has been a pillar of relentless support, encouragement, and blessings all throughout. You are also the strongest source of our inspiration, dear sir. We are so grateful to have you amongst us today, and we are privileged to witness your inaugural address earlier this day. So once again, thank you very much. My sincere gratitude also goes out to all the esteemed resource person, namely Sri B.B. Swain, IS, Union Secretary, MSME, Government of India, Dr. Thilai Rajan, Professor, Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras, Dr. Vinay Nandiya, ex-Professor, Department of Management Studies, IIT Roorkee, Sri Manmohan Swain, DGM, SME, State Bank of India, Dr. Basav Chakravarti, Associate Professor, Rajendra Mishra School of Engineering and Entrepreneurship, IIT Kharagpur, for their excellent talks and inputs pertaining the theme of our seminar. My heartfelt thankfulness to Dr. Gaurav Bhartaria, Professor in charge, ECell, IIT Bhubaneswar, for laying the foundation of this event and guiding us throughout the journey. A big thanks to all the participant students from IIT Bhubaneswar and all across the country who have made this event a memorable one. Equally, I would like to thank our student coordinator, Sai Abhinav, Pavan, Sujit, and the entire team of eSummit for all your work in spearheading and mobilizing the student fraternity and your participation in this seminar. Once again, I thank you all. A special thanks to our registrar, Sri Debraj Rath, and his entire team for their untiring efforts in ensuring a smooth and hassle-free felicitation of this seminar. In the same vein, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Office of the Director and the CITSC team and other teams for all their support throughout this journey. I would like to once again thank the entire student fraternity, the budding entrepreneurs of tomorrow, and wish you all the very productive, engaging, and fruitful year ahead. With this, I announce the closure of this program. Thank you once again. Namaskar and Jai Hind. Thank you.